tell me what to do. Alright, fine, hand it over, come on. Hey, this is cool. Tell him, pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
Heard you were saying shit, I caught a ray of it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so.
The hell? Oi! Do not deny me.
That's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle. Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe. Falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor, though. Telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome, so. The chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best.
Pull up. 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 Pull up.
Okay, now listen.
You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Dobie. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you soapy. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm Obi. Feeling like home is the only. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands with forbidden the throw-these. They wanna beef, but they eating up 03. I'm fucking with God and we know she.
Pull up. 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 Pull up.
Flat stands and feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ayy, ayy. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Ayy, I got the crop, I got the bag and I ain't even shot. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank wouldn't see me, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday wouldn't go long. Popping the CD, showing the photos. See me with Ruby, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dough. Talents I balance, I flip in a row. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. You got us a him, but she giving me more.
Pull up. 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 Pull up.
Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus, have you? Father, God King, rarely do I ask for favors. Now I'm knocking on your door with hopes to save a friendship with one who's a prisoner far from home. Odysseus.
Divine intervention, is that what you seek? To untie apprehensions that were placed on that Greek? You are playing with thunder for a man full of shame, but if he's worth the risk of going under, why not make it a game? Convince each of them that he ought to be released, and I'll release him.
Who's them?
Apollo! Hephaestus! Aphrodite! Ares! Hera! Or me? What do you say?
Great.
Very well.
All right.
Bring it.
Apollo! You all know I'm a fan of catchy songs, so with so many sirens gone, I think God is in the wrong.
They were trying to do him worse. All he did was reimburse them. Now they'll tread with caution first to live another day and sing another verse.
If that's true, release him.
Hephaestus!
Trust is not given, it's forged. Why should I give in my support? He sacrificed his own cohort.
Did you forget they failed to listen? He was betrayed and then imprisoned. But if you make the right decision, he can still build a future with those who miss him.
Fine, release him.
You're a little high and mighty. Odysseus claims to love his mother, but let her die of a broken heart.
He was busy fighting,
more like busy spiting. The Cyclops let him feel the pain that his mother felt and wrought.
Wait! Please reconsider this.
Really, Athena? These old tricks?
Ares!
What kind of sick coward holds back his power while his friends get devoured? He didn't even fight Scylla, didn't even try to kill her. Hides inside a wooden horse to get the job done. Never handles things up front, pathetic and weak like his son.
Hold your tongue now, hear sounds, my friend, and tell your lover that a broken heart can mend. You want more bloodshed, then set him free to get back to his homestead. He'll make everybody bleed.
Release him.
Hey baby, so many heroes, so many tales. Give me one good reason why you should prevail. He's got the mind of a genius, try harder. He's pretty skilled with words. You can do better than that. He's kind of funny, Never once has he cheated on his wife. Release him. I've played your game and won. Release him.
You dare to defy me, to make me feel shame. No one beats me, no one wins my game. Thunder, bring her through the ringer. Show her I'm the judgment call, the one who makes the kingdom fall. Is she dead?
Let him go. Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you?
Athena!
Have you forgotten to turn off your heart? This is not you. I see you changing from how I've designed you. Have you forgotten your purpose? Let me remind you. Goddess of wisdom, master of war, my life has one mission: create the greatest warrior.
yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself. I can see you.
How can you see through my spell?
I was lying, and you fell for my bluff.
Well done, enlighten me, what's your name?
You first, and maybe I'll do the same.
Nice try, but two can play this game.
Nah, don't be modest, I know you're a goddess, so let's be honest, you are Athena.
Athena,
Badass in the arena, unmatched, witty, and queen of the best strategies we've seen.
If you're looking for a mentor, I'll make sure your time's well spent.
Sounds like a plan, goddess and man, best as a friend.
We'll see where it ends.
Okay.
Maybe one day they'll follow me and we'll make a greater tomorrow. Then they'll see I know we'll change the world, 'cause we are the warriors of the mind. Maybe one day we'll reach them and we can build their skills as we teach them. If there's a problem, we'll have the answer. We are the warriors of the mind. I still intend to make sure you don't fall behind. Don't forget that you're a warrior of a very special kind. You are a warrior of the mind. Don't disappoint me.
You remind me of a man. Oh, the man with the power. Oh, the power of voodoo. Oh, you do, you do. You remind me of a man. Yeah, the man with the power. Yeah, the power of voodoo. Yeah, you do, you do. Oh, winkum, dinkum, not of a Rex. Save us from the man with the hex. Save us from this evil curse. It's gonna get bad, yeah, it's gonna get worse. Hocus pocus, Alakazam. Save us from that evil man with hairy legs and heavy feet. He cracks up pavement as he creaks. Rex. Save us from the man with the hex with buggy eyes and a bulging neck. Save us from the man with the hex.
a summer one-girl riot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Slipping through the shadows like I'm ultraviolet. Yeah, yeah. Hearts on the walls, but no love in these streets.
Shit.
I set upon the sea to search for phantom sails from tales my mum told me. A ghostly galleon filled with gold, she sails alone. No crew nor captains guiding and can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. Sun and horizon met, I weighed the anchor, hoisted sails, my course was set. My cutthroat crew conspiring with the stars, our guide. They point the way through perils fraught and lead us to the one they call the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. Lean left, hard right, hold tightly to her helm, she'll try to drown you just for spite. Heave ho, till first light, she'll give a fight to all who try to claim the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. A mighty tempest grew, the banshee cried, turn back, but our resolve was true. We pointed bow ahead and shouted, we'll break through. The jaws of hell can't hold us back, there's nothing that can keep us from the shadow. The winds blew stronger still, the ocean raged against us, tried to break our will. The sirens in the water thirsty for the kill, our vessel reeling to and fro to bear us to the one they call the shadow. None can keep us from the one they call the shadow. Lean left, hard right, hold tightly to her helm, she'll try to drown you just for spite. Heave ho, till first light, she'll give a fight to all who try to claim the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. As thunder split the sky, the lightning drew a shape beyond the tempest sigh. A chill ran through me spine as legend came alive. A fast I cried, all hands, as we prepare to take the one they call the shadow. All hands! As we approached her shell, the skies went silent, seas went calm as if by spell. No signs of fight or flight were in her, all was well, until I tried to take her helm. Her rigging came alive, she hung my crew before me eyes. She stole my sight and cursed me captain of the shadow. She took my eyes and cursed me captain of the shadow. Lean left, hard right, steer clear of her, I fear she'll eat your soul, she'll take your life. Heave ho, till first light, she'll claim the souls of those who try to tame the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow. None can tame the one the sailors call the shadow.
War with drones, you can fight a war with loans, you can fight a war with gas or cans of paint. But don't you realize that the game's compromised if you think that this is something that it ain't? 'Cause we got images of murder that don't manage to disturb an international order that is bordering absurd. And no one gets the freedom they were told that they deserve till they realize that freedom's not a noun. It's a verb, it's a verb. Freedom is a verb. Something never finished, never done. It's something you must make, it's something you must take, it's something you must constantly become. Well, this weekend revolution, it's a radical inclusion. It's a holiday of popular revolt. It's the social
social interaction of inconsequential actions, using faces to replace a silent vote. But lower pay and higher rents, another kind of violence, the violence of silence and of greed. It's the violence of feeling your irrelevance, revealing every way in which you never will be freed. It's a verb, an action and an urge, as fertile as the barrel of a gun. And it happens out of need, it's a fire and a seed, and its terrible potential has begun. Your liberty is constantly in jeopardy. It's something you must loyally defend. But isn't it demeaning when your well-intended meanings mean your means will have to justify your ends? So improvise a barricade of furniture cascading as a carnival of helmets in the flood. For the bottles can be filled with either gasoline or lager or detergent that'll wash away your blood. It's a verb, freedom is a verb, something never finished, never done. It's something you can fake, and it's something that'll break if it ain't something that you constantly become. It's a verb, an action and urge, as fertile as the barrel of a gun. And it happens out of need, it's a fire and a seed, and its terrible potential has begun.
Come back. God damn it.
There's a world going on underground.
Yeah, tell me about it. I just get one of my favourite songs because it's from a Disney production. It's a really good song too. So to really let's really piss them off.
Back in 48, took our homes away. You were uninvited, we were forced to pay. Not anymore, no, not today. Palestine, the land of the brave. Only courage is what remains.
Welcome in.
This blood runs through my veins. What you think that we're afraid? I remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea, with us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years, Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Fast forward the years and you haven't left. Now the world has seen how you made this mess. You need to leave, got the wrong address. This is Palestine, 100%. I promise I'm not backing down. The whole world sees who to blame, and now we'll stand and shout it out. I'll remind you of our name. You ready? PA, we will defend LE until the end. ST ain't going nowhere. INE, this is our land.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea, with us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years, Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
Oh Lord, protect our land and our homes. The world sees us and just lets us go. But one thing is for sure, you are always there. You are always there.
Allah is with us. You can do what you want to me. Allah is with us. Right from the river to the sea, with us through blood, sweat and tears. Whether it's days, months or years, Allah is with us. Allah is with us.
(5,168 days of the UK ruled by a Tory government. 5,168 days of failure reinforced by lies and corruption. First they gave you Brexit and the cost of life, took away your protest rights. COVID took a ton of lives, called the youth a sacrifice. NHS waiting lists, making friends with racists. No policy on poverty, crack down on refugees. The proverbial doormat they'll step on to get votes back. Put them in a boat stack. Change, don't approach that. What's the trick? Call it genocide, a conflict. Now every politician's fucking in on it. 14 years, 168 months, 5,168 nights, 5,168 days in which the UK has consistently declined. Why? David Cameron, what was happening when you created your own fucking nightmare? I think you were quite aware Brexit wasn't necessary. You only cared about your own legacy. Now your legacy proudly stands as nothing but instigating 10 years of lies in government. Theresa May, with all said and done, how the fuck did you contribute to the EU referendum? You could not, would not finish at last. The country was left to the whims of a psychopath. Boris Johnson goes without mention. He'd lie about breakfast if it meant that he got seconds. Did you smile at the face of death as your cronies described it as unfortunate excess? Were you systematically withdrawn, or were you really as thick as you let on? Liz Truss stumbled in not long after her 50 days ended in disaster. Rishi Sunak, where do we start? With another fucking narcissist who could have been smart. Soon, naturally, factually, swiftly elected as a billionaire posh boy with zero perspective. Lest we forget all the cunts that you gave a job. Braverman, Gove, Matt Hancock and Rees-Mogg. Every single sycophant who stood idly by or directly threw logs at a country on fire. Are we overreacting a bit? If we were in power, would we know how to manage it? Or are we missing a point when we ask such a question? Is knowing how to lead about knowledge or intention? Oxford, master's, politics degree, but jokes about the food that the poor kids eat. Great Britain has been passed through the fingers of thieves for 5,168 fucking days. What have we achieved?
No World Cups, England flags, old men call women slags. 1% will blame their crimes on the immigrants and trans. This is Great Britain, how great is it? This is Great Britain, how great is it? I'm proud of the Magaluf holiday goers and an HB sauce in a fry of every Brexit voter, but that doesn't mean I haven't got some Brit in my vibe. I'm at least as British as Yorkshire tea. That didn't come from here either. See, that's what I find so strange about Britain. Me and Dave the racist have more in common than the prick who told us we're different. Dave reads the Daily Mail, the other prick owns it. Spent billions to influence voting. Lobbies the government to privatize healthcare so Dave doesn't get what he needs. He's told to blame me, divide and conquer, rinse and repeat. Trying to be kind, but David, I'm not the fucking enemy. No World Cups, England flags, old men call women slags. 1% will blame their crimes on the immigrants and trans. This is Great Britain, how great is it? This is Great Britain, how great is it? How can you say what's great about Britain? You don't know what they did or they didn't. Sail the sea to get spice in the kitchen. I'm standing in Sainsbury's, I can't taste the difference. India was rich as fuck before Britain came, but growing up what you hear is 1919, a Britzer, people went out to pray to their God. Empire did what empires do best, left their families to pray for their loss. Millions died in hundreds of years, but suddenly memory of that disappears. Cause me and Dave the racist have more in common than the prick who told us we're different. The first one's ignorant, the second one's villainous, and made Dave think his problem was immigrants. No World Cups, England flags, old men call women slags. 1% will blame their crimes on the immigrants and trans. This is Great Britain, how great is it? This is Great Britain, how great is it?
Winston Churchill said of the Palestinians in 1937, and I quote, "I do not agree that the dog in a manger has the final right to the manger, even though he may have lain there for a very long time. I do not admit that right. I do not admit that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race has come in and taken their place."
I'll be back in a minute. Oh. If anything, I'll try taking over your capacity anyway. I'll be back in a minute, okay? Okay, if you're being that fucking problematic.
All of our kissed by the iron fist, we are sainted by the storm. Across the 70s under banners of the cross, brave the walls of deadly waves, but to pay the price for loss. Went ahead by force of will and the sails up to the sky, sanctioned by the sacrament and blessed to testify the belief that the land will rise and the glory be unknown, and the hand of God will lead us home. All of our kissed by the iron fist, we are sainted by the storm. Facing the wind, for we all have sinned, we are tainted and fallen. For the wild, for the night, for the land and the fight. 70 feet for the iron creed, we are sainted by the night. Ride the planks and beat the sea on a quest to lands unknown. Gun for praise and sanctity on a gift of flesh and bone. Onward into foreign seas with no fear and no regret. Heavy and with thoughts to keep the crown upon our head. The belief that the Lord will rise and in heaven we are rolled. By the grace of God we die alone. All of our kissed by the iron fist, we are sainted by the storm. Facing the wind, for we all have sinned, we are tainted and forlorn. For the wild, for the night, for the land and the fight. 70 feet for the iron creed, we are sainted by the night. All of our kissed by the iron fist, we are sainted by the storm. Facing the wind, for we all have sinned, we are tainted and forlorn. For the wild, for the night, for the land and the fight. All of our kissed by the iron fist, we are sainted by the storm. Facing the wind, for we all have sinned, we are tainted and forlorn. For the wild, for the night, for the land and the fight. 70 feet for the iron creed, we are sainted by the night.
No, Billy, I haven't done that dance since my wife died.
There's a whole crowd of people out there who need to learn how to do the scar.
Don't ask questions you don't wanna know. Learn my lesson way too long ago. To be talking to you, Belladonna. Should've taken a break, not an Oxford comma. Take what I want when I want it, and I want you. Bad, bad news. One of us is gonna lose. I'm the powder, you're the fuse. Just add some friction. You are my strange addiction. You are my strange addiction. My doctors can't explain my symptoms or my pain, but you are my strange addiction.
I'm really, really sorry. I think I was just relieved to see.
Sorry, my MB Siri. What? So that's up. Oh my god, you fucking rock, man. Nice one. You looked like you were having fun doing that, by the way. Whoops. Open up.
They all laughed as he turned around slow. They said, you ain't welcome round here anymore. You just might as well go. He wiped the blood from his face as he slowly came to his knees. He said, I'll be back when you least expect it.
The hell?
And hell's coming with me. Hell's coming with me. There is a hill at the bottom of the valley where all the poor souls go when they die. And if you listen real close, you can hear them like a ghost saying you're never gonna make it out alive. There is a town at the bottom of that hill. They got a secret that they keep like a slave. They got a black magic preacher, and you do well to let them teach you. You'll be headed up that hill to the grave. And it is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor, and on your way down the hill, you hear me ring that bell. I paid the devil twice as much to keep your soul. There was a drifter passing through that little valley. He had promised he was coming back to town. They didn't know him by his face or by the gun around his waist, but he come back to burn that town to the ground. First there was fire, then there was smoke, then that preacher man was hanging by a rope. And then they all fell to their knees and begged that drifter, begged him please, as he raised his fist before he spoke. I am the righteous hand of God, and I am the devil that you forgot. And I told you one day you will see that I'll be back, I guarantee. And that hell's coming, hell's coming, hell's coming with me. And it is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor, and on your way down the hill, you hear me ring that bell, and I said, hell's coming with me.
So things look bad and your back's against the wall. Your whole existence seems fucking hopeless. You're feeling filthy as a dive bar bathroom stall. Can't face the world sober and dopeless. You've lost your way. You think your life is wrecked. Well, let me just say you're correct.
Wait, what?
You're a loser, baby, a loser. Goddamn, baby, you're a fucked up little whiny bitch.
Hey.
You're a loser just like me.
Thanks, asshole.
You're a screws loose loser and only one-star revuser. You're a power bottom at rock bottom, but you got company.
This supposed to make me feel better?
There was a time I thought that no one could relate to the gruesome ways in which I'm damaged. But letting walls down, it can sometimes set you straight. We're all living in the same shit sandwich.
I sold my soul to a site.
Oh, Christ, man. I'm sorry. How you doing? I can give you exercises that can help with that to make sure you don't lose the muscle control too much. Damage being done. But there is ways to navigate around it, kind of. That's what took out my granddad when I was 3 months old, funnily enough. 2 days before she became Prime Minister. But because of an already existing autoimmune disease he had, the pulmonary embolism travelled up to his brain. He was he was 56 when he died. Apparently, you would have been horrified that I'm a communist. So maybe he got saved from the fact that one of his... He thought I was a beautiful blonde-haired little angel, apparently. But, are you? All right. Oh, Christ. You're England, aren't you? Fuck. I'm here for you if you need anything, okay? Maybe not financial, but any health sort of tips or anything, okay? I am here. I have lots of knowledge on how to help with this sort of shit. But Christ. You're only a few years older than me, aren't you? Sorry if you're younger. Sorry. I'm 1979, by the way. Are they getting you to jump through too many hoops? I remember when I was on PIP. I'm glad it's been moved up here now. Thank for that. I seriously don't trust Liz Kendall. Really, really don't. And Rachel Reeves can fuck off. Just go. Any help you need in that sort of sphere? Hello, 45. Younger Gen Xer, by the way. I'm the cut-off. There's no one born in the same year as me. It's weird. And so's my lovely MB niece, Amy. Well, technically, that is still gendered. Kind of. She's my wee darling. There's no one born in the same years as us. I'm 79, she's 1999. So there's no one else born in the same years as us too. So we're the cut-off marks for the family on both sides of my family, my mum and my dad's side. So we can see the progression of the families. It's kind of weird looking. I'm the eldest, by the way. 79, 1980 for my middle sister, and 83 for my younger sister. My oldest niece, 99. 07 for my first nephew, 09 for my youngest nephew, and 2017. 2016 for my niece. She's quite a precocious wee lass. Seems my family's going into meltdown in a minute. Do you have any brothers or sisters? I bet it would. See, between the pair of us, with our degrees now, we could actually educate a lot of people about a lot of different things. With your philosophy degree and my virology degree, we can do shit. We can do a lot of shit. And with help from Kev for lots of things, history. So you and him have a lot of corollary, and Helena being, well, science degree, but her political insight and economics that she knows, we're doing quite well. I like.
You pathic freak.
And you that fucker is back!
Yeah, I thought he was gone for good too.
It's been 7 years!
You still pissed he almost beat you that time?
Fuck you!
Just saying.
Things have changed a lot since he left town.
That's for sure.
I gotta send a message of who's really in charge of things now. Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Say hello to a new status quo. Everyone knows that there's a brand new dawn. Turn the TV on. That fucker's back!
Yeah, I thought he was gone for good too.
It's been 7... That fucker's back!
Yeah, I thought he was gone for good too.
It's...
Pause, goddammit, Christ's sake. Ugh. Oh, I tried to get into him with that as well. Him and different bias. Sorry, Phil. Oh, too stomach pulled. Oh. I do like Max though. Robespierre, he's quite good. Don't get me wrong, he still has like some wrong takes. But on the good kind of whole, I don't think there's any saving either different bias. Who else do we need to worry about, really? Oh, Graham Hughes. I try not to interact with him too much now. The reason I found Helena was actually through Phil. was through Graham. Philippe, hello, welcome. Great to see you. Max is good, yes. Phil is far too stammer-pilled. We need to try and rescue him if it's possible. Yeah, Graham Hughes is unsavable now, in my opinion. He does, yeah. Didn't blame you. I was talking to my niece about him, about Corbyn the other day. He says, I not myself, but my little sweetie judged him too harshly because she was believing most of the media, which is forgivable. I'll give her due for that one, but I've managed to reach out to her now, which is good. She's deeply worried. She's one of her best friends is still over in Massachusetts, and they're trying to escape now. Their parents are actually Scottish, so they're trying to extricate themselves before he actually gets inaugurated. And I'm saying to them, if they need any help, I can help. I can give them all sorts of tips on how to get over. So they're panicking, which is understandable, really. Mm. Do you think there's a way I might be able to reach out to Graham? Do you think? I'm tempted, actually, to see if I can actually do it. Maybe reach through someone in certain positions? Maybe? Mind you, they've both talked to Kevin Hillary, they've both talked to them, so I don't know what one way lowly Scott can do to reach out to these people. Oh, fun news! My MP still doesn't have a constituency office. Yay! So I've been emailing her on a monthly basis, trying to get her to set her constituency office up here near me, where the majority of the people who voted for her live. For fuck's sake, Maureen, just move up here. These redistricting lines, they've made no fucking sense up here in Scotland. It's mad. Yeah. Oh, Christ's sake. Maybe there's no saving Graham then at this point. Maybe I'll take a hard dose of reality about what these people are going to be like in government. They might actually change them, but I'm not holding my breath.
That fucker is back!
Yeah, I thought he was gone for good too.
It's been 7 years!
You still pissed he almost beat you that time?
Fuck you!
Just saying.
Things have changed a lot since he left town.
That's for sure.
I gotta send a message of who's really in charge of things now. Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Say hello to a new status quo. Everyone knows that there's a brand new dawn. Turn the TV on!
Camera speeds rolling in 3, 2.
Top of the hour, and we're discussing a certain has-been who has been spotted cavorting around town after a 7-year absence. Did anybody miss him? Did anybody notice? More on tonight's program. So the radio demon is back in town. Why is he hanging around? What does that mean for your family? Well, Handley, I've got good news. He's a loser, a fossil, and I don't mean to sound hostile, but the demon is a coward. You can take that as gospel. Pulling my viewers impossible. I'm visual. He's barely audible. Stop giving him the time of day. Don't listen to a word he'd say. I hope he had a nice vacay, but he should have stayed away. While he hid in radio, we pivoted to video. Now his medium is getting bloody rare. Hell's been better since he split. Where's he been? Who gives a shit?
Salutations! Good to be back on the air. Yes, I know it's been a while since someone with style treated hell to a broadcast. Sinners rejoice!
What a dated voice!
Instead of a clout-chasing, mediocre video podcast, is Mark's insecure, pursuing a lure, but in between this fat and that, is nothing working?
Ignore his chirping!
Every day he's got a new format!
You're looking at the future! He's the shit that comes before that!
Is Fox as strong as he purports, or is it based on his support? He'd be powerless without the other bees.
Oh, please!
And here's the sugar on the cream. He asked me to join signal. Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I'd stayed gone. Tune on in when I'm done. Your status quo will know its race is run. Oh, this will be fun.
Fuck!
Dearly beloved, for your entertainment, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Hell's latest arrival, the equal opportunity killer, Alistar!
Hello, it's nice to meet you.
Dearly beloved, for your
Virology and parasitology with the history of combating both of those situations, essentially. I try to go back to the start of colonialism, which effectively is like the late 1400s to the early 1500s. And no, fuck that noise. Too much information and too many social commentary pieces that are just basically garbage. Don't get me wrong, I read them all, but I didn't want to put them into my dissertation. So I basically started at a cut-off mark, which was 1726, which was the first viral outbreak in colonies from the four major European powers like us, the French, the Spanish and the Portuguese, and some bits from Germany, East Africa, essentially. And that is still a hell of a lot to deal with. Fuck. Oh, because some naughty person actually plagiarised one of his lecturers because he's a moron. I got a first because there's a cut-off point for how many people actually get firsts in their degrees. I got knocked out because that person, when they were putting it through their algorithms stuff that they have to use, and they get 4 or 5 different lecturers who intersect on what our dissertations are about. And because he nicked it off of his main lecture and 2 other sub-professors in 2 different universities here in the UK, he got booted. He didn't get his degree because he cheated, essentially. Serves him right, personally. Put in the work, you lazy bastard. So I've got first. Quite happy about that. I didn't tell anyone. The only one that really knew was my husband. My family's been dealing with a lot of other health issues and stuff, and I thought that might have been a bit too much to take on. So I didn't tell them. It wasn't until about a month ago that my mum had found out. I swore my niece to secrecy about it. I told her when I graduated. And the only reason she found out is because my mum went and checked my niece's phone and found the photos of my graduation. Interesting. Thank you. Because of my joint issues, I can't actually go into the career that I wanted to. Because dealing with deadly pathogens, well, your hands and fingers don't really work that well. Not good. Really not good. But the actual research and stuff I can do is eminently easier for me. And actually just encouraging people to get vaccinated, do good health practice and stuff like that. Obviously, with that nutter in charge of Health and Human Services across the pond, Christ. I'm just saying to all the Americans that are actually decent human beings, move over here. Come on. But,
Entertainment, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Hell's latest arrival, the equal opportunity killer, Alistair.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. Can you tell me where I am? I don't know how I got here, but I think I'm starting to understand. I don't belong among the angels, and maybe that's just fine with me. The things I did up there were high school, but now I'm going for my degree. Hey, sorry, but you just got in my way. I promise, honey, I can feel your pain, and maybe I enjoy it just a little bit. That makes me insane. Haven't been the same since I expired. Doesn't mean that I plan to retire. And now I have the power to bathe all of you in entertaining fire. Wait a minute, do I know you? Weren't you an old pal of mine? Departed from us far too early, but now we're meeting a second time. We used to have such fun together, and maybe you have what I need. But first I have one tiny question. Tell me, do you demons bleed? Hey, sorry, but you just got in my way. I promise, honey, I can feel your pain, and maybe I enjoy it just a little bit. Does that make me insane? Haven't been the same since I expired. Doesn't mean that I plan to retire. And now I have the power to bathe all of you in entertaining fire. Got in my way. I promise, honey, I can feel your pain, and maybe I enjoy it just a little bit. Does that make me insane?
not again. What the hell?
She's got me nervous, talking 100 miles an hour.
Thank you.
She's got me nervous, talking 100 miles an hour. She's more than worth it. I swear she smells just like a flower. I'd fall to pieces if I went anywhere without her. Hey. I love when she says, "What's wrong with right here on the counter?" Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster. Love her even though I'm not supposed to. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster. Love her even though I'm not supposed to. I keep you up. She keeps me up. I keep you up. All night. All night. She loves me up. I keep you up. She keeps me up. I keep you up. All night. All night. I need her so bad. Sometimes I think that I can taste it. This evil romance.
Admiral idea. Admiral. I like that. Brilliant. I've tried to reach out to George Monbiot, but he's probably a bit busy. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to reach out to people up here in Scotland. I know he's probably busy doing other stuff, obviously. I'm trying my best. We need to get this sorted. That's one of the reasons I got radicalised at a very young age. When I was 12, I lost my best friend because her parents were essentially anti-vaxxers, and they never gave her the, well, it wasn't the MMR back then. It was the separate vaccinations, and they still didn't give it to her, and she died. I got hospitalised for it. I was in there for over 3 weeks. Mum was panicking, having her eldest, at just 12 and a half years old, being hospitalised because of this, even though I'd been vaccinated, but because there was three kids in the same year as me who never got vaccinated as children, and I lost my friend. So no, can't be asked. I am trying to educate people about this. It's called public health for a reason, for fuck's sake. Stop putting vulnerable populations at risk. I'm not going through that again. I'm not. Thankfully, it's not too big a deal. Obviously, it still happens, which is fucking heartbreaking. Shouldn't be happening at all. We have this science. We have these ways to prevent people from dying needlessly like this. So no. It's just going to get exponentially worse in the States now, which is fucking horrifying. So no, not doing it. Just because you don't want to do this, don't put the rest of us at fucking risk. I would literally quarantine them all. Fine, fair enough. You don't need to take it. Stay the fuck away from us.
So good, I never want to waste it. I can't trust my friends, 'cause she's what everybody chases. And I know where she's been, 'cause it's on everybody's faces. Come on. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster. Love her even though I'm not supposed to. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, mister.
I got mine on Thursday, so 3 days ago. I got my 9th booster and my annual flu shot on Thursday. Woohoo. Due to the tireless work of my GP, well, my previous GP, she's retired now. Being a GP for 42 years is long enough, she thinks, and I agree with her. Good for her. Well, my new GP, he's amazing. He's doing it as well. He was the one that actually gave me my shots. Brilliant, love it. So I didn't need to go to any outside sort of source or anything. I just went straight down to my GP practice. Fantastic. Bus straight to it. Bus straight back up the road. Easy. Plus my mum's got her shingles one as well because she's 70. So I'm happy. My niece hasn't got her one yet, but I've said to her, just go and ask your mum. My younger sister's a community nurse, so she could probably give her the COVID booster. I'm not entirely sure if my sweetie can get the flu vax. Christ, that's a fucking good question, actually. I don't know. Oh. But because of my autoimmune conditions, I get the flu vax now. She'd been campaigning for the best part of 15 years to try and get people like me to get the flu vax. So finally got my first one during the pandemic, oddly enough. So I'm happy. I'm good. Get your vaccines, people, please. God damn it. That's cool.
Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters. Coca-Cola roller coaster. Love her even though I'm not supposed to. Funky little monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the sisters, mister. Coca-Cola roller coaster. Love her even though I'm not supposed to. I'll keep you up. I'll keep you up. All night. All night. I'll keep you up. I'll keep you up. All night. All night.
No violence. They tried this sort of shit up here. The only thing that we really need to deal with is the orange walks. The nearest orange lodge is we can hear them when they're practicing during June and July and shit like that. But we're not really bothered by them anymore. So what I do at that point is I start playing rebel songs. Full blast out my bedroom window. Haha. Bit naughty, but sod it. Seriously, you've been protesting for the best part of 500 years? Seriously? Why? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, please tell me that absolute bellend's going to be in for those 18 months. Obviously, it should be longer because that man is utterly detestable. I thought he was hiding on Cyprus. But Sodom, hell mend him, he wanted to come back home. Missing his full English, I guess. Hmm? Oh no, they'll go back, yeah.
Give their lives on the steps to heaven. Thy will be done.
obviously now that he's president-elect, fuck's sake, America, why? It's easy just to bitch slap Manfrog. I'm not calling him by his name, he is Manfrog. That is the only thing I'm taking from Alistair Campbell. The fact that he called him a nicotine Manfrog, correct? Yes, he is. So he's a Manfrog. There is no Nigel Farage, only Manfrog. Be so easy to deal with that kind of idiot. Just piss off. Get on my sight. Now the fact that he's back in power, well, not quite, not until the inauguration. You never know. Life happens. Something might happen to him. You never know. How many times has he actually been to his constituency, do we know? I'm going to say it's less than this. I'll be surprised if it's anywhere near this. Too busy gallivanting, I guess. Seriously, Clapton, why the hell did you vote for that waste? Why? Thank you, for Christ's sake, I don't know why that keeps on happening. Back in a minute.
In the heart of the Holy See, in the home of Christianity, the seat of power is in danger. There's a foe of 1,000 souls. They've been abandoned by the Lord. The fall from grace will pave their path to damnation. They're the 189 in the service of heaven. They're protecting the holy line. It was 1527. Give their lives on the steps to heaven. Thy will be done. For the grace, for the might of our Lord, for the home of the holy, for the faith, for the way of the sword. Give their lives so boldly. For the grace, for the might of our Lord, in the name of His glory. For the faith, for the way of the sword. Come and tell the story again. On the guard of 42, along the secret avenue, the spell Sant'Angelo is waiting. They're the gods of the Holy See. They're the gods of Christianity. The path through history is paved with salvation. They're the 189 in the service of heaven. They're protecting the holy line. It was 1527. Give their lives on the steps to heaven. Thy will be done. For the grace, for the might of our Lord, for the home of the holy, for the faith, for the way of the sword. Give their lives so boldly. For the grace, for the might of our Lord, in the name of His glory. For the faith, for the way of the sword. Come and tell the story again.
Okay. Do-do-do. Back. Someone I wanted to see tonight. Go. Subscriptions. Manage. There. And stream.
Hello and welcome to a very special edition of Downstream in Real Life here in the beating heart of South London. Yes, I hate being here as well. Don't boo me. Why are you booing me? I'm right. So every so often at Novara Media, something that we do is a supporters survey where we find out what our audience really wants from us. And every single time they say the same thing, which is that they want more coverage of the climate crisis. The problem is that we can see that that is exactly the content that they are not clicking on. There's a gap. There is a gap between what people know is important and what they're willing to engage with. And meanwhile, freak weather events have become just a part of normal life, it seems. We scroll our social media feeds and we see apocalyptic scenes in Florida, or the Caribbean, or in Valencia. The number of climate refugees already is staggering. More than 32 million people displaced in 2022 alone. And the prediction for 2050 is 1.2 billion. So I'd like to see Nigel Farage stop them boats. So how did we become so reconciled to catastrophic climate breakdown? For today's live edition of Downstream, I'm joined by Andreas Malm, best-selling author of Fossil Capital, How to Blow Up a Pipeline, and his new book, co-authored with Professor of Political Ecology Wim Carton, is called Overshoot, and it's out now. Andreas, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Blown up any pipelines since I last saw you?
Yeah, a few.
Don't admit it on camera, dog. What is wrong with you? So this book, Overshoot, how did what you call overshoot ideology become so prevalent in climate modelling? What do you mean by overshoot, and then how did that become embedded in policy making?
So the notion of overshoot, the idea of it, even the program for it, was conceived as a result of the setting of a limit to global warming. And once it had become quite widely recognized that global warming is a real problem, the question arose, where do we stop it?
Oh, God
where do we draw a line to this process? And the 2 degrees limit was probably the first one that...
Fuck it. Fucking move back over. I bloody well knew it. again. Ugh. Give me a minute, people. No. Unfortunately, it keeps on doing this to me. Add source. Add existing. Add existing. Oh, right. Fantastic. There we go.
Came to be seen as, having a kind of a consensus behind it. But then after the Paris Agreement, this was kind of sharpened to 1.5 degrees as the limit that the world had sort of committed itself to respecting. The problem here was the implication of these limits being that a lot of capital invested in fossil fuel infrastructure would have to be destroyed for any of these two limits to actually be respected. And the modelers who have as their work to plot various trajectories for how you can achieve things in climate politics just couldn't fit this kind of revolutionary transformation into their models. So they came up with the idea that instead of having this almost revolutionary destruction of capital that would be required for staying below these limits, we can actually go beyond them. This is overshoot. Go beyond 2 degrees or 1.5. And then later in the 21st century, we will have these fantastic technologies for drawing down CO2 from the atmosphere so that we can go back to the limits that we have missed. So
I'm going to do all my homework later, I promise.
Yeah.
It never happens.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, so just on this technology, why are you so skeptical of technology that promises that it's going to be able to suck out all the carbon out of the atmosphere and store it safely?
Yeah, so I have to say here that Wim and I have written a sequel to this book, which is much, much longer and goes into much, much more detail about these specific technologies. But the one that these models very largely relied on when they plotted overshoot and return was a technology known as bioenergy carbon capture and storage, or BECCS for abbreviation. And the first thing that has to be observed about this technology.
Sorry, Andreas, I'll let you continue, don't worry. Carbon capture is mediocre at best. If anything, if the major Western nations like the G7 or the G20 don't actually adopt it, there's no fucking point to it. It won't fucking work. Someone on that is Simon Oxford. He wrote a bloody amazing book called Fundament. Read it. It is awesome. And he's a climate activist as well. He does atmospheric science and global weather patterns. Very intelligent person, very knowledgeable. He is amazing. So I highly encourage people to read Fundament. It's a great book.
Is that it doesn't exist. It's a fictional entity. By the time that these models, and they became the general basis for climate science and politics in the years of the Paris Agreement, by the time BECCS became so important for these models, there was exactly one installation on the entire planet for this technology. So you can't really bank on a technology that doesn't exist for drawing down CO2. Then the problem is that if BECCS were to actually exist on that scale, it would require enormous amounts of land, because the essence of this technology is that you have massive plantations of fast-growing trees that suck CO2 into the atmosphere, and then you harvest those trees and you burn them and you separate the CO2 and you inject it under the ground. And for this to work on a scale large enough to draw down the excess CO2 so that you can return to the limit that you've missed, you would need absolutely astronomical amounts of land for these plantations, perhaps as much land as is currently devoted to agriculture on Earth. And where is that land going to come from? This is just, when you start to unpack these black boxes and look at, okay, what would these technologies that do not actually exist mean if they entered the material world? Well, they would create very significant problems. And this is
it's winging its way to basically, don't you worry about that. My mum's ordered it for me, so she'll be getting it within a week, I think.
Instead of devoting land to...
But the minute it arrives, I'll be fucking...
For poor people, devote them to these plantations.
I mean, one of the things that I guess proponents of carbon capture and storage would say is that, well, like, obviously that's the way the technology works now, but we're thinking about how it's going to work in 100 years. If 100 years, before the Model T Ford, you said, okay, there's going to be a car, everyone's going to have one, it's going to be mass produced. People would have laughed at you and said, well,
wrong.
That's a silly argument for getting rid of the horse. We have to do something about having less horses rather than relying on a technology that doesn't exist yet, except it did. It got scaled up, and commercial production was the thing that did it. Why are you skeptical of the idea that might happen? So not just the technology itself, but that there won't be significant improvements in efficiencies 75 years in the future?
Yeah, I'm sure there will be. And I am not arguing... Wim and I are not arguing that we should, in some kind of blanket fashion, reject the idea of negative emissions technologies. That's an indefensible position, I think. There clearly is too much CO2 in the atmosphere already. And this recognition by itself implies that we need to remove CO2 from the atmosphere and go back to a lower concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The problem, the fundamental problem, there are many problems, but the fundamental problem is that we keep pouring CO2 into the atmosphere. Not we, some keep pouring CO2 in the atmosphere. The world economy as a whole just continues to spew out CO2 into the atmosphere. And as long as you're doing that, then it's kind of premature to divert attention to technologies for removing CO2. I mean, imagine you have an oil spill and the oil is just leaking out uncontrollably through the shipwreck or whatever it is, the tanker that's run aground. The first thing you have to do, obviously, is to stop the leak, and then you can clean it up. You don't begin the process of cleaning up before you've stopped the leak. The situation we have on Earth right now is that we have a sort of fossil fuel frenzy where fossil fuel corporations are pouring ever more money into the production, the expanded production of fossil fuels. And as long as you're doing that, then the talk on negative emissions technologies befuddles and obfuscates the situation. The first thing you have to do is to stop the constant addition of CO2 to the atmosphere. But yes, I'm with you. There will be, hopefully, technologies for removing CO2 from the atmosphere quite soon in the near future. And the most promising one is probably direct air capture. And we could go into the technical details about that technology. But all negative emissions technologies presuppose that you first stop the addition of more CO2 to the atmosphere. Because as long as the accumulation of CO2 continues in the atmosphere, the burden of removal grows. And the larger that burden is, all kind of side effects and problems will become more difficult to handle in negative emissions technology. I don't know if this makes sense or if it's too technical. But
No, that makes sense to me. I want to come back to, because I guess the word overshoot is used in two slightly different ways in the book. And one of the really obvious ones is just the idea of, like, here's the limit and you go above it. Do you have a problem with the fact that we have defined these acceptable limits for global heating, and that the means of defining them is a sort of politically contested process. It's about what can you get the global south and rich Western countries to agree to, and it hasn't put ecology at the center of that conversation. It's put politics.
Well, the problem is not with the limits themselves. It's just that the whole construction of those.
I'll come back to you in a minute, Andreas. Adash. Sorry. People seem to be rightfully worried about technological progress, especially about AI and expanding our energy capabilities to spew out more carbon dioxide, methane, and other sorts of environmental damaging chemicals into the atmosphere and stuff like that. Not a problem with that. Completely agree. Needs to be stopped. How we actually approach it, we need to reach out to the people in power. Personally, I like a sledgehammer, or as Kev would say, a trebuchet. We need to reach out to these people. We really need to be heard by these people. You have to change the way we're operating on a global scale now. We can't keep on doing this, just like Ash said. 1.32 billion? Yeah, good luck, man, Frog, trying to stop those boats. The channel's already one of the busiest channels on the fucking planet. We're going to have to come at this globally. There's no point doing it piecemeal, country by country. It's not going to fucking work. We're all going to fucking burn in the end, even before I reach my 70th birthday. That's only 25 fucking years away. We should have started this when I was a teenager, for fuck's sake. But no. Thank you, Exxon. You absolute ghouls.
Those limits and how they were dealt with within climate politics was, based on the idea that we're not going to actually respect the limits that we say that we're going to respect. I mean, the Paris Agreement, for instance, it was set up as a kind of a laissez-faire agreement where it was up to every nation to do what they wanted or not about cutting emissions. That's not how you actually impose a limit. If you're serious about imposing a limit, that means you have to phase out, in this case, fossil fuels, the substances that cause the problem, and make sure that this phase out is as rapid as required to for keeping the target, for respecting the limit. That never happened, and instead you've had all of these strategies and ideological tricks, or whatever you want to call it, including the talk about carbon removal as excuses for just perpetuating business as usual. So it's not a problem of the limit itself. It's a problem of there actually having never been any real determination to respect them. The dominant classes have never really wanted to do this.
I mean, one of the things that's often said, particularly by the leadership of the Global South, is like, well, hang on. You guys had your industrial revolution. You were able to develop on the backs of exploited labor and resources from our countries. You impoverished us. You underdeveloped us. We don't have industries which are particularly high up the value chain, right? We've got to get there. And sure, we'd like to do it in a way which puts decarbonisation central, but we don't have those technologies yet, right? Not for us, not with the sort of expense of producing them, the expense of acquiring the IP. So when you're talking about, well, we have to stop right now, is that a message which you are predominantly gearing towards rich Western governments rather than global South ones? Or is it something which you think can also apply to Asian countries in Africa, China, for instance? We've sort of said, like, we're building coal-fired power stations and one day we're not going to use them, but we can't do this without them.
Well, yeah, I mean, right now the situation in the world is such that electricity from solar and wind is across the board cheaper than electricity from fossil fuels.
Yes,
this
it is.
means that
Well done.
modernization and development
Fantastic.
of the global South doesn't need fossil fuels. To the contrary, it's a cost for countries in the global South to go for coal or oil or gas instead of solar and wind. So there's nothing, 50 years ago or even just 30 years ago, the situation was different. But now there are no gains in pursuing a development path focused on fossil fuels.
I mean, yes, when we're talking about generating electricity for industrial use and for domestic use, true. But that doesn't apply to all transport infrastructure, particularly commercial haulage for flying, and also the need for fossil fuels when it comes to manufacturing something like steel, right? So, I mean,
True.
We all say, oh, yeah, well, like solar and wind. But you can't make steel with solar and wind.
Yeah, well, you can. You can have fossil-free steel production. It's coming, but it's in a stage of development. But yes, there are a few sectors, and we deal with this in detail in the book, that are still difficult to shift to solar and wind, and aviation is one of them. But aviation is a small sector of the economy, and it's not particularly important for poverty alleviation or for fulfilling people's basic needs in the global south. Now, I think I have a kind of a love affair politically right now with Colombia. Mm-hmm. Because Colombia is a unique country at this moment. It is the third largest fossil fuel producer in Latin America. It's the only significant fossil fuel producer in the world that now has a left-wing government that is entirely resolved and determined to stop fossil fuel production in its own country. And I mean, I don't know Colombia. I've never been there, but I know that it's
like all love affairs. It's best at a distance.
Exactly. Yeah, sure. And there are problems with the left-wing government in Colombia, as with every government. But it's the best case that we have right now of a government that has actually banned the exploration of oil and gas, despite fossil fuels accounting for more than 50% of export from that country. So it's a country that has become extremely dependent on fossil fuel production. And that, you would imagine that a poor country like Colombia would...
Did they? Fantastic. Well done, Colombia. Good for yous. God damn it. Wrong pipe. Ow. That encourages me. Thank you, Philippe. Good man. Keep me abreast of everything, please. I try to educate, but feel free to educate me.
Not be able to actually get rid of fossil fuels, you would expect maybe a country like Canada or Australia or Norway to be much better positioned to doing that, or the UK for that matter, or the US. These are highly diversified, very affluent economies that can afford to phase out fossil fuels without facing very significant economic problems. But these countries obviously are not doing that. They are totally accelerating the fossil fuel frenzy. But in Colombia, you have Gustavo Petro, the president, and you have not least Susana Mohammed, the environmental minister, incidentally with Palestinian roots, who have now said that we're going to stop producing oil and gas and coal in this country, and instead we're going to produce more solar and wind, and we're even going to export solar and wind-powered electricity through a trans-American grid. And Susana Mohammed just unveiled a massive public investment program. This is exactly the kind of policies that we need. And the left here should, I think, cultivate this love affair and talk much more about Colombia, because it's an actual model for what needs to be done. It's the kind of transition that we need to see, where fossil fuels are actually left in the ground by decisions made by a state on the basis of an electoral victory, because that's of course at the root of it. So I'm going on this rant partly because I want to point out that the spearhead of the transition right now is in the global south, where the global north is generally the vanguard of the destruction of this planet.
I want to come back to that point, but I think just sticking with planet cooling technologies for a moment, because you said, that you are interested in some of them. You're skeptical of carbon capture technology, particularly the stage where it is now and the way in which it's being used kind of as a permission slip for further emissions. But what about things like using reflective materials on urban heat islands to the, really, I mean, it sounds goofy, but apparently, it's serious, put a big mirror in space. It sounds stupid when you say it like that. Big mirror in space. Also, stratospheric aerosol injections. Like, are there any of these that you think, not only are they not a scam, but perhaps rich countries should be leading the way in paying for and implementing some of them?
Well, the short answer is no. I think...
I just said stratospheric correctly, and now you're saying no.
I think that when we approach questions of technology, we need to be careful and concrete and empirical.
Quick byword, that stratospheric mirror they're talking about would deflect the sun's rays from different parts down to where it gets positioned in the atmosphere or in space and things like that. It has credence, I guess. The science does exist. We can actually do it. There's plenty of money in the world, obviously. But actually implementing it would take several countries to actually do and actually fund and get it up there in the first place. Kind of valid, I guess. Obviously, I don't know orbital mechanics or wavelengths, certain part of physics that actually deals with it. Obviously, more biology based, more human form than actual global scale things. But I understand it a little bit. It might work, right? But we'd need to do like a multicultural, multi-country effort to actually do that sort of thing. I can see why Andreas is skeptical of it, because trying to get even the G7, let alone the G20, to agree to funding this sort of project, pie in the sky, essentially. Literally a pie in the sky. Not entirely sure it would fucking happen, really.
And selective and dialectical, and not fall into either a kind of eco-modernist, all new technologies are good approach, or some kind of anarcho-primitivist opposition to all kinds of modern technologies. So when we discuss different technologies in the field of climate mitigation or adaptation or carbon dioxide removal, we need to be open-minded and look at closely what technologies might have some potentials, what are their promises, what are their pitfalls. And this is the approach that Wim and I have tried to pursue. And when we've looked into the contemporary research, which is really taking off now, into solar geoengineering and the state of the knowledge of these kind of technologies that are bundled under these concepts, when it's not about removing CO2 from the atmosphere, but about blocking incoming sunlight by means of
it probably would be Scribby. Yeah, it would be.
The most common proposition being sulfate
but
aerosol
Elon's helping with that,
essentially, kind of a sun shield of soot that you put up in the stratosphere. Our conclusion is that there is no left case, no progressive.
To actually get that thing actually started, even here, planet side, they'd need to deal with trillions of tons up in our low Earth or high Earth orbit. So much crap. And Elon wants to add to it. Oi, Musk, piss off. It's the same like Starlink and Neuralink. No, there's enough crap up there already. They're already falling through the atmosphere. They're getting burnt up through the atmosphere when they re-enter into the atmosphere and stuff, causing pollution and stuff up there in the upper troposphere, I believe. Maybe down in the troposphere as well, maybe. But there's far too much fucking crap up there to actually do that space mirror. On paper, yeah, it does look cool, but no, far too much crap up there, far too much crap. That needs to be dealt with first before we even start thinking about doing that project at all.
Case to be made for this kind of technology because it comes with such extreme risks and dangers. This is a very big part of our very big sequel to this book. And I could talk about it for a long time. I'm not sure I should do it now, but...
you make it sound like the June 2 of climate books. You're like...
Yeah.
You're like, the payoff is coming.
And it's a little bit, it's a performative kind of imitation of the whole idea of overshoot. There's no limit. It just keeps expanding, this project.
So something which I hear from people who work in finance in particular, I don't have friends who work in finance, but it's like, like you come across them and they'll say, okay, the thing that you've got to realize is that, all of them nasty capitalists, they're self-interested. So we say no profit on a dead planet and they actually agree. And so taking that proposition seriously.
Yes, it did.
Capitalist classes are as interested in planetary survival.
It kept on getting bombarded by what is called micro hits, like dust-sized particles, like particles from a makeup brush, essentially, and they were causing little pog marks on the space station. Obviously, the thing that took out Skylab was because they put it in a decaying orbit, which was daft. We already knew the science behind it, so they could have set it up higher, but they didn't because, fuck that, cost too much. Funny that. Capitalists being interested in making more money. Yeah, it's already getting hit. It's going to have to come down in the next sort of 20 or 30 years anyway. Every time it gets a little micro scar on the outer skin of the ISS, is degrading certain parts of the living conditions within the ISS. So it's going to need to be dealt with. Either move its orbit or set up some sort of collector to stop those micro hits from happening. Don't know who the fuck's going to fund it, of course. Because if that thing's fall from the fucking sky, it's going to make Skylab look like a fucking joke.
The survival of the human species is the rest of us.
Well, they're not.
I'm asking what you make of this idea, which is that ownership classes have historically pioneered massive changes in technology and political economy before. Whether it's liberal revolutions, the industrial revolutions, you could even argue the abolition of slavery. Why does it apply to all of those historical moments, right? If we're being good Marxists and we're looking at history through a class lens, why does it apply for that and not a green transition?
Well, first of all, I don't think it really applies to all of these cases, in particular slavery. The capitalist classes did not promote the abolition of slavery. It was imposed on them. But in this case, well, as Marxists, we know that what these investors aim for is one single metric, and that's maximum profit. This is what guides them. And it's now abundantly clear that solar and wind and other renewables do not have the capacity to generate profits anywhere near the profits that you get from fossil fuels, oil and gas in particular. And this has only become more evident in recent years, particularly after 2022 with the unprecedented profit bonanza that made Saudi Aramco reap the largest profits in the history of the entire capitalist mode of production, and all the other big fossil fuel companies also made the largest profits in their corporations' histories. Renewables cannot ever generate profits on this scale because they essentially come for free. There is no human labor needed for the sun to shine or the wind to blow, whereas you have to mobilize human labor to get coal or oil or gas out of the ground. And this, as Marxists know, is the source of profit, human labor. But it doesn't exist in the flow of renewable energy in and of itself. No one has seen anyone, extracting a ton of sunlight and putting it into a tanker and shipping it across the world. You can't do that. And the same with wind. And when it comes to the financial sector, it operates, of course, by exactly the same metric. So you see JP Morgan and all the asset managers, BlackRock, BlackRock made this famous statement, what is it now, 4 years ago, that we're going to diminish our investment in fossil fuels. And then, of course, they did exactly the opposite, because the profits are absolutely irresistible to these actors. And they're not motivated by planetary survival, nor are they motivated necessarily by the death drive, although you sometimes might suspect that they are. They're just motivated by the compulsion to maximize profit. And if it's more profitable to produce fossil fuels than it is to produce renewables, which it always is, then the capital will be directed to fossil fuels. And this is what we're seeing every day.
So when there are some people, for instance, one of the arguments in Jeremy Gilbert's book, Hegemony Now, that the left should strategically align with sections of capital, right? So sort of liberal-leaning people who work in, Silicon Valley. Do you look at that and you go...
Quick side note, fuck that. No, they're killing us all. No, don't side with them. Don't give them the time of day. There is no planet B. You're killing millions of us. Fuck off.
That's naive,
It's
because
totally
money's
naive.
going to win.
It's totally naive. It's the worst form of popular front politics that you can imagine. No, I don't. There is no green capital. I don't see it. The renewable energy companies that you can see that exist, they tend to be very small still, and they are not engaged in any kind of, life and death struggle or any sort of antagonistic confrontation with fossil capital. They are happy with selling their products to fossil fuel companies. So, for instance, you have this perverse situation where, because renewables are so cheap, you will find ExxonMobil and other oil and gas companies using renewables to power their oil extraction. So you will have large solar panels in the oil districts in Texas and elsewhere, because it's cheaper to power the pumps with electricity from the sun, and renewable energy companies are perfectly happy with selling their goods to the fossil fuel companies. There's no antagonism between.
You guys are laughing, but also some of the earliest uses of carbon capture technology was to extend the life of oil fields which were drying up. Because you could use the carbon dioxide which is captured to basically get the last dregs. When you're pouring wine out of a bottle and you're going like that. I didn't do science, so this is what I imagine this is what I imagine is what's happening.
This is still the main use of CO2 that is captured through direct air capture in the US. You use the CO2 to pump it into the ground to extract more oil.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God, no! I was going like that. What was I doing?
Ash, my sweetie.
Oh God, ground, swallow me up! I want to die. So I think my favorite part of the book was the chapter which you called "We Are Going to Be Driven Insane by Value," and there's a particular part where yourself and Wim discuss the small c conservatism of what you term green visionaries, and so these are people who say, "Don't worry about it. You can still have your American lifestyle. You can have an SUV. You can have a massive fridge with the ice maker and the double doors. You can have a leaf blower. You can have, air conditioning. It's just going to be powered by renewables, right? That's all that's going to happen. You don't even have to become vegetarian. There's going to be no real change to your life. Just the energy basis of that lifestyle is going to change. Isn't this the real sticky bit? Because I was reading that and I was thinking about my own consumerism. And I was thinking about the fact that whenever I feel a bit sad, I start scrolling for something new to buy. And it might be off Vinted or Depop, but it doesn't change the fact that when I feel sad, I want something new to buy. When I think about what my perfect home would look like, it's not really about living within ecological means or, fair resource distribution. It's a particular idea of having nice stuff. Can I see by a show of hands, who here has taken more than one flight this year? Right? Oh, wait, actually, no, I only took one there and back. But still. Most years, I take more than one flight a year. Isn't it something that the left comforts itself with? You go, oh, it's the oligarchs, and oh, it's the corporations. But they can only make as much money as we do because we're buying their shit. And the left finds it awkward to talk about how those of us who are not part of the super rich, but still live consumerist lifestyles, will have to change that.
Yeah. There's a strong case to be made for a critique of consumerism, and there are comrades who have done excellent work on this. I myself haven't been so much about it, but I've
taken more than one flight this year.
Technically, I have never left Europe. The furthest I've been away from my homeland is Dublin. I have never been to anywhere else. My super hobby is through the bedroom. Kissimmee, Sydney, Italy, Singapore. Years before I met him. I have never left Europe. I am the only one of my family, including my 8-year-old niece, that's never been to the Americas or to Europe. Obviously I've been to Europe, been to Dublin and Belfast, but that's it. And England a few times. I have never left Europe. So yes, I am the vanguard. I am the forefront. Technically, my passport never even got fucking stamped. So I am the lead. Watch me, people. Don't get me wrong, if I won 145 million on Tuesday, that will change. I need some sunshine in my life, for fuck's sake.
Right? Oh, wait, actually, no, I only took one there and back. But still. Most years, I take more than one flight a year. Isn't it something that the left comforts itself with? You go, oh, it's the oligarchs, and oh, it's the corporations. But they can only make as much money as we do because we're buying their shit.
Well done, Scrappy.
The left finds it awkward to talk about how those of us who are not part of the super rich, but still live consumerist lifestyles, will have to change that.
There's a strong case to be made for a critique of consumerism, and there are comrades who have done excellent work on this. I myself haven't been so much about it, but I also think that challenging and questioning the consumption of fossil fuel technologies is important for understanding the libidinal investment in these technologies. That is a very widespread phenomenon, and that accounts for a lot of the support for the far right in this moment. So the people who vote for Donald Trump today, many of them will belong to the working class in some sense of the world, and many of them will be very emotionally attached to their big cars, for instance. This is a central source of support for the far right in this moment, and my comrades in the Zetkin Collective are working on this.
Hands up, who's a car owner? Oh, please don't do that, Scrippy. Please, I beg of you, don't do that. If anything, the MP for that town. Clayton's a town, isn't it? It's not a city. I don't think it's a city. Okay, let's check. Population of Clacton. Christ, it's smaller than my hometown. 53,190. It is 12,000 less than my hometown of Perth. Well, technically Perth City. So town? Town. Yes, town. Philippe, are you a car driver? I do have a driver's license. I gave up my car. Well, I still have my license, but I don't drive. No fucking point. You seen drivers in Glasgow? Christ, no. Seriously, don't want to deal with them. My lovely sweetie, she doesn't even want to learn to drive. She's got a bus pass like myself, which is good. Thank you. And the bus service in Perth is quite good actually. Not too bad. We get scalped here in Glasgow essentially. So But the Scottish executive have been basically throttled by First Glasgow and Stagecoach for obvious reasons.
Right now. So politically, it's very important to try to grasp how this consumption works and what political effects it has and how it's mixed with masculinity and whiteness, because of course, if you look at the US, for instance, it's primarily white men who cultivate a particular sort of...
Oh, there are some Asian princesses in West London with SUVs, let me tell you that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, if you go to the Gulf countries, yes, of course, it's the same thing. But generally, on a global scale, and
fantastic,
if you look at, the political dynamic in...
You don't need to get too specific, Scribby. Can I say Essex? Or you Kent? Here in Glasgow, we do actually have quite... Where I actually live, on my actual road, we've got two of the shittest bus services in the north of Glasgow. Oh, West Sussex. Huh. But the rest of Glasgow are well served. The east and the west and the south side, they're more catered to. Technically, the north of Glasgow is the largest concentration of people with the lowest car ownership, because why the fuck would we do that? The insurance on cars here is bloody ridiculous. And most of us don't need to add to the fucking pollution already. So no, sort of. Just give us a decent bus service, for crying out loud. Praise be. Sadiq Khan, TEFL does well. I appreciate that. So does Edinburgh. I appreciate that as well. Thank you, Non-Binary, for telling me that. I thought it was wholly owned. It's 70% owned by the council there in Edinburgh. I like that. Good. Fantastic. Perth isn't. Or, oddly enough, Stagecoach and the Glogs are being bastards. Who'd have thought it? Capitalists being scum.
Our countries, you see, I think, a very tight articulation between white masculinity and fossil fuel technologies. That is a real political force.
And so how do you start building some kind of, class-based movement dealing with that? Because like to be really, really frank, right? And I resisted this for a long time, particularly during the Corbyn years, where I thought it'd be fine for graduates from London to try and win votes in Redcar, right? I thought that was going to be fine. It wasn't fine. Is that when you go to Clacton, where Nigel Farage is an MP, or, you know,
Manfrog.
even if you go to
Manfrog.
my partner's, you know, family are from near Barnsley, and you start talking about fossil fuels and cars and lifestyle changes, you sound like and I mean this in a non-disparaging way, you sound like a vegetarian, right?
I am a vegetarian.
Right? But you know what I mean? You sound like someone whose life world and whose habitus is just so far away, right, from where those people are. And this isn't just like a vibes-based thing. I mean, you know, the Gilets jaunes, right, movement, which is predominantly working class and petty bourgeois, kicked off by, you know, an increase in the price they were paying at the fuel pump. You know, how can, you know, if we say, okay, it's not enough for you know, urban left of centre graduates to ally with certain aspects of capital, we can't do that. It's naive. But also we're speaking a completely different language to, you know, vast swathes of the class that we're saying we need to mobilise. What's the strategy for dealing with that? Or intuitively, how do you think we should deal with that?
So if I had a template or blueprint for how to go about these things, I'd be happy to share it, but I don't. I mean, this is something that we struggle with, but generally, of course, you can divide orientations on these matters into two.
I'm not going to say anything.
One is we need to appease
Educate.
some imagined version of the white working class and not talk about
Hopefully it will work.
not talk about race, not talk about these woke things to win them back to us. This is something that, for instance, the left party in my own country has tried to do with catastrophic results. Or, broadly speaking, you try to update your class analysis and see the working class for what it is, much, much more diverse, and largely we have, I think, to recognize decomposed and fragmented class than what it used to be, with internal contradictions. And you don't refrain from very committed anti-racist, anti-fascist, ecological, feminist, what have you, line. And I think the only case we have recently of a successful left in the global north is the French left, which actually won. Yeah, it won.
Jean-Luc Mélenchon is in the house, everybody.
It won a national election. Then it was robbed of the election victory, but it actually won. And La France Insoumise, which is incomparably radical, if you do compare it with other left parties in Europe, and incomparably strong, has not taken the kind of, oh, we love the white working class and we're not going to talk anything about Islamophobia or about climate. No, they have consistently pursued a radical diversification of what left-wing politics means today. And I, for one, do not think that a kind of a workerist approach to the climate issue is fruitful. You know, that the actor that is going to change these things, that we're going to win over, is the industrial proletariat as traditionally conceived. My comrade Matt Huber is the foremost proponent for this position. I think it's deeply flawed, and I don't think it's related to where the climate struggle is at this moment.
How does a person focus on the climate crisis at a time where a genocide is happening? Because sometimes I think it feels that the human attention span cannot cope with all of the atrocities and horrors, demanding not just our political energy, but our attentional capacity, our ability to hold it all in view at once. How are you supposed to do that?
Yeah, again, if I had a good answer to this, I would share it, but I don't. I mean, I myself find it incredibly difficult to emotionally engage with the climate question since October 7th, since everything kicked off and since the genocide started. But if we just saw what happened in Valencia, for instance, with more than 200 people killed, and this being in the heartland of the global north, in a rich country, of course, these events happen in the global south all the time, but they're barely reported about. At some point, these disasters have
That is kind of depressing, Scribby.
inspire rage. And
I feel your
these
frustration.
people,
I really do.
it's more
I'm
difficult
managing
to
to reach
elicit that
out to
kind
my
of
friends and
anger than
family
what it
now, which is
when you
amazing.
look at what's happening in Palestine, because there the violence is immediate.
Sorry, I'll say that again. I feel your frustration. I really do. I've managed to reach out to my extended family members, close family members, my sisters, well, my younger sister, my middle sister, health reasons, not saying. And my mum now, not saying. I'm reaching out to my extended family members, and they're trying their best. I'm the only one that doesn't, well, me and my lovely sweetie, we don't drive. I would never buy a car again. There's no fucking point. If I desperately need to get anywhere, I do actually have access to semi-decent bus service, I guess. But being able to reach out to people over these very pressing issues that us as humanity face, being able to reach out and say to people, listen to me, this is what I think, maybe you should look into this, it will help. Change your outlook, it will help. Even if you can change in a little way, it might help. Obviously, the first thing we need to do, deal with capitalism. That's all I'll say.
And you see the Israeli soldiers, posting these pictures when they blow up the houses or burn the neighborhoods of Jabalia, and they boast about it. So you get, if you're a decent human being, upset because the violence is so crude and direct and totally indefensible. And when it comes to the violence caused by the climate crisis, it's much more indirect because it's mediated through the atmosphere. But when you have climate activists such as the tire extinguishers who now responded to the disaster in Valencia by attacking SUVs in Edinburgh, I think that's one way to go about this, to try to demonstrate the causal link between fossil fuel production and consumption and these instances of mass death. And it's precisely that causal link that we have to make apparent for there to ever be any kind of change on the climate front, because otherwise these disasters will only continue and get worse and worse and worse. But there has to be, and this is the main strategic task of the climate movement, there has to be a conversion or a shift in focus towards the drivers of these disasters, so that we don't naturalize them and take them for granted, as you said in the beginning, as normal features of our daily lives, because then they will just get worse and worse and worse.
Andreas Malm, thank you very much for joining us and our YouTube audience. Hello and welcome to a very special edition of Downstream.
puts me in mind of a question I got asked when I was doing a talk at a sixth form college once, and one of the kids had been glowering at me from the back row. He put his hand up right at the end. He was like, "Yeah, mister, if you know all this about money laundering, why don't you just go and do it?" And I still don't know what the answer to that is. It's the best question I've ever been asked. I think about it like every week. It's a brilliant question.
Where has all the money gone? My entire adult life, the government has presided over spiralling inequality, huge corporate profits, sky-high rents, and astronomical property prices. And yet, for all this wealth, we're told that it is impossible to tax it or redistribute it in the form of wages or increased public spending. And this feeling that all the money is being extracted, taken away from ordinary people and squirreled away where governments can't access it is not something that's unique to the UK. Every year, something like $1 trillion is stolen from poor countries and stashed in richer ones. And this is actually something that the UK is uniquely good at, facilitating that process of concealing wealth and providing a range of services so that the super rich can enjoy it. So I wanted to find out why we got so good at laundering dirty money. And to learn more about it, I'm joined by Oliver Bullough, the author of Moneyland and Butler to the World. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me.
I mean, basically, I want you here for financial advice because let's say, hypothetically, I have a load of money, which I've skimmed from my role as a government official, and I want to hide it somewhere so that it can't be taxed. But also I want to be able to access it so I can buy a solid gold yacht and stuff like that. What do I do?
Okay, well, I mean, so your primary concern, obviously you don't want to be taxed. I mean, that goes without saying, but your primary concern is probably more making sure no one knows that you've got the money, because although you might be in a solid position now with regard to the people running the country, in 5 years you might not. So yes, tax is important, but that's the secondary importance. Really need to hide it.
Yeah, keep me out of jail.
Exactly. Keep you out of jail, keep you out of the headlines as well, because that's just as bad. Because, you don't get to go to the bougie parties if you're known as a kleptocrat. So you need to route your money via jurisdictions that don't ask too many questions. So I'm going to say you're from the former Soviet Union, because you might be. Cyprus is very welcoming to your money. Malta also, but Cyprus is very welcoming. But you don't want to have it in your own name, because if it's like, your own name on the bank account, then it's easy to follow. So you need to set up a shell company. Britain's good for them.
God damn it. Let me hear,
A
Oliver.
limited partnership based in Edinburgh, owned in turn by companies based in tax havens. No one's going to find out who owns that.
How easy would it be for me, somebody who struggles with two-factor authentication on Twitter, to set up a shell company?
Can you buy things on Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do it.
So it's that straightforward?
Easier, actually. Yeah. I mean, there's a series of drop-down menus. I mean, but this is changing, or possibly changing, but right now you can create a company. No one checks any information you provide. So I was doing it with a friend the other day, and she's a tax consultant and wanted tax consultant from the drop-down menu, but that wasn't an option. So she went for taxidermist. But that's fine. So you've got your shell company. Your shell company owns your bank account.
Fucking ridiculous.
And at that point, your money now doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to a company. The company can be called anything. It could be called, Mafia Holdings Limited. Some of them are, because amusing. Or it could just be called, Strategic Solutions Limited, which is probably better idea. And then you just start bouncing the money around. So move it from there to a bank in Malta, from there to a bank in Germany. From Germany, you could probably bring it to the UK. You bring it to the UK, we have yacht brokers here. I don't know if they have solid gold yachts, but they have yachts, nice ones. And they can, once you've got the yacht, there are also yacht interior designers here who will, there was one guy I was reading about recently who managed to consume the entire world's annual supply of mother of pearl.
What?
Interior decorating his yacht. So you can go for that. And also we do super yacht captains here. We have, one of the great things about Britain is to bring your money to Britain is that unlike other countries that have corruption services, we have them all. So we don't just do a little bit like hiding your wealth or selling a shell company or whatever. We can provide soup to nuts. Move your money here, invest your money here, hide your money here, spend your money here, and protect yourself here. Because look, there are annoying people like me who feel the need to write about kleptocrats and oligarchs who've stolen vast wealth. And that's annoying. So we also have defamation lawyers who you will be able to pay, and they will protect you against people like me. And then we have accommodating politicians who will accept your money, invite you to the right parties, possibly with time, give you a seat in the House of Lords. We have accommodating universities that will accept your donations, and then you will become known as a philanthropist, not as a kleptocrat at all. And this, it sounds like a lengthy process. You could get all this done from entry-level kleptocrat to noted philanthropist in 4 or 5 years.
I mean, so who would you say followed that model? Would it be a name that our viewers would know?
I mean, because of the nature of the defamation industry, I tend to be a bit reluctant to name individuals.
Are you ever allowed to say what their names rhyme with?
I mean, one guy I've written quite a lot about, though I should say he's never been convicted of a crime and denies any wrongdoing, is a gentleman called Dmitry Firtash, who is a Ukrainian businessman who made an astonishing amount of money as the business partner of the Kremlin's gas company, Gazprom, selling gas to Ukraine with an elevated price in order to give a sort of political response to the fact that Ukraine had had a revolution. He made a huge amount of money. He brought that money here. Within 4 years, he'd gone from unknown business person to meeting the Duke of Edinburgh. He was, well...
Shanna, my darling, welcome. Hello. This is the lovely Oliver Billow. You only miss about 7 minutes. Don't worry, he gets into very, very good detail in this down stream. He is amazing. Is cider okay to hydrate with? Welcome in. Glad to see you.
Welcome to the Guild of Benefactors of Cambridge University, who gave him a medal for his outstanding philanthropy. He bought himself a mansion just down the road from Harrods, right by Holy Trinity, Brompton. In 2014.
Yeah, because you always want a local shop.
Well, exactly. Harrods is just over the road. I mean, it's still annoying to cross over at the lights, but still, it's not that bad. 2014, our government sold him a tube station. He is, as far as I know, the only private owner of a tube station.
Tube station?
Brompton Road. It hasn't been open as a tube station since the 30s, but it's still, obviously, it's got that, that weird, shiny red tiles on the front. So you can still tell it's a tube station. But annoyingly for him, tragically for him, he never really got to enjoy his tube station. I'm not entirely sure what he was planning to do with his tube station, but he never really got to enjoy it because just 2.5 weeks or so after the sale was announced, he was indicted by the Americans, who have a less accommodating view of kleptocrats than we do. And he's been battling extradition from Vienna ever since. So he's stuck in Vienna and doesn't get to enjoy his tube station or mansion. But I would say he's a really extraordinary example of how, if you have a lot of money, no one in this country really cares where it comes from. And
you can thank Beeching for that one being closed, oddly enough. Christ, that man was a fucking menace. Cut off screeds of the entire UK mainland, essentially just sliced. Because everyone's going to use a car. We're all going to be able to drive. Piss off. I think during the cuts between the mid-30s to about the late 60s and into the 71 or 72, I believe, we lost like 40 different lines in the south, east to west, and about 60 from the Midlands up to the northwest in England. We lost about 40 up here in Scotland, mostly in the border regions. And 10 or something here in Glasgow. But from the Midlands down, so from about Kev's area, from Birmingham south, just decimated, just fucking annihilated. Thanks, Lord Beecham, you fucking idiot.
provide not just sort of money services, but the whole spectrum of become an aristocrat, services, cosplay Bridgerton, if you want to.
I mean, one of the things that was really striking about reading your book is just how much wealth seems to be owned by nobody. You can't find a name or an identifying feature on any document. So I think there was 86 properties on Eaton Square, which is one of the most expensive addresses in the entire country. Would you describe this as a regulatory snafu, or is this a design feature of the British economy?
So, I mean, Eaton Square is kind of a ground zero. In England and Wales, there are something like 90,000 properties, owned offshore property titles, which is actually more than 90,000 houses, probably more like 150,000 houses, mostly concentrated in the tonier bits of London, sort of, Belgravia, Knightsbridge, that kind of area. And then on top of that, you've got a very large number of properties, probably 250,000 or so, which are owned by foreign registered individuals, many of whom have a slightly suspicious.
Because of that delightful enclosure act that you poor bastards down in England have to deal with on a daily basis, essentially. We didn't have that up here. We wouldn't allow it for other capitalist reasons. Last time I checked was about 4 days ago, less than a week ago. 98 people, 98 families, which means some sort of capitalist hegemon fucking bastards, essentially, own about 22% of the land in Scotland, mostly for shooting and gaming estates, obviously. Why would we want to enclose our land so we can invite rich wankers to come up and shoot things, and not eat the actual animals they shoot? I have no problem with people shooting to actually provide sustenance for the family or for their household. No problem with that. We all need to eat. I love my meat, don't get me wrong. I can't go vegan. I can't, because of health issues. But just coming up and shooting them and not using them as sustenance? No, serious problems. Fuck off. So we are ruined. You're ruined by the Enclosure Act. We are ruined because of we can't enclose here, so we can roam anywhere we want, much to a lot of landowners' chagrin. Fuck them, essentially. It is our land, it is our country. Fuck off. I think that was the one saving grace we got with joining, essentially, in 1707, I guess. Obviously got ruined in other ways, obviously.
Looking addresses in tax havens, so they may well be essentially shell people who don't actually own the property. They're just putting their name on the documents to hide the true owner. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands of properties, overwhelmingly in the most expensive postcodes in the country, owned by who knows who. And this has been going on for absolutely ages. Is it a conspiracy? I'm not a massive believer in conspiracies. I don't think, from what I've had to do with government, that there's anyone probably competent enough to have kept this secret for as long as it's been kept secret. But there is something which is kind of conspiracy adjacent, whereby if something is very profitable for a sufficient number of influential people, no one asks very many questions about it.
I mean, is there sort of a space between conspiracy and accident where what you have is a system which almost emerges organically in response to certain incentives and things which are getting prioritized and things which are not getting prioritized? It's a function of power.
Yeah, I mean, Mansur Olson has this theory that democracy isn't rule of the majority, it's rule of the committed minority. And I think that you have a very well-networked lobby group who exists to move money around, and they earn substantial fees from doing so. And they don't really ask too many questions about whose money it is, because then they'd have fewer fees. I think it's undeniable that exists. And it has been a really important part of Britain's economic trajectory since the 1950s, since the really, when empire was ending. I mean, it wasn't quite the end of empire because obviously we still had colonies going into the 60s and 70s, but the big ones were going in the 50s. Obviously, India had already gone, and Pakistan and Bangladesh, and then Ghana was going, and so on. So it was really the beginning of decolonization, and Britain having been the oligarch, right? What Putin's doing to Ukraine now, that's what we used to do. We didn't like a country's trade policy, we'd send in the navy until they changed their minds. And, but having lost that role as the biggest bully on the block, we needed a new thing to do. And
oddly enough, we're still doing that. Ha ha! Imperialism hasn't really ended in any intents and purposes, really. No. I am working. Don't you worry. How are you doing tonight, Shanna? Anyway, great to see you.
We still knew how to be the biggest bully on the block, so we could sell bullying services, or butlering services, as I call it, to other people. So other people who wanted to, steal countries, which was something we were very good at. They could come to us for advice, and having done it, we would help them, keep and enjoy the money. And it's funny, we talk a lot about, how awful it is that Russian oligarchs, having looted their countries, come here and buy, properties in West London and influence politics and so on, and it is awful. But if you read the history of, the acquisition of the British Empire in India, about how British officials became astonishingly wealthy, looting a country, and brought their money here, bought properties in West London, and entered Parliament. It isn't that different, to be honest. In fact, it's pretty much exactly the same, right down to the postcodes.
Well, we essentially got Singapore through white-collar crime.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, you have one of the things I think is really interesting about the British Empire, and and it's really good that because of people like William Dalrymple writing about it now, and Satnam Sanghera and others, that there is far more understanding of this than there was, and I'm hoping that there'll be more history about it, is how the British Empire, though we call it the British Empire, to begin with was more the City of London's empire. Who conquered Canada? Well, that was the Hudson Bay Company. Who traded slaves? That's the Royal Africa Company. Who conquered India? The East India Company. So you had city companies going out, not because they wanted to conquer large chunks of the world for the sake of it. They wanted to conquer large chunks of the world because it was incredibly profitable. And so that the fact that the City of London was the financial engine of the British Empire, when the British Empire ended, it still had that instinct to be a financial engine. Moving money, doing deals was in the DNA of the structures in the City of London. It was what the Bank of England wanted to see happening. It was what banks wanted to do. And if you couldn't do those trades in pounds anymore, because the pound was no longer the international currency, from the 1950s they began doing those trades in dollars. And this is, the birth of this dollar market in the City of London, whereby banks started using dollars to finance transactions instead of pounds, is this extraordinary moment when bankers here realized that by using dollars, they evaded simultaneously British and American restrictions. They evaded American restrictions because they were doing the trades in London, and they evaded British restrictions because they weren't using pounds. And they created this rules-free, regulation-free space, which they needed a term for, a legal term, and there is an existing legal term for a regulations-free space. It's what happens if you get in a boat and go out of reach of land. So they called it offshore. So offshore is an invention in the City of London, as a loophole to enable people to evade the restrictions imposed by the governments in the same way that you could evade them by being a pirate and going out to sea.
I mean, I was reading Butler to the World kind of in tandem with a book by Kojo Karam called Uncommon Wealth. And
it's a great book.
It seems to me that there's this shared thesis, really, which is this move for the British economy where it's like, what we're going to do is be a midwife for the world's dirty money. We're going to help launder it. We're going to help whitewash it. We're going to, help legitimize it. Is that seeing that as a continuation of how trade worked under empire, but it was also a sort of substitute for the lost status of empire. And one of the things that, Kojo says as well, okay, well, why is the British Virgin Islands or the Cayman Islands, which were seen as sort of nowhere places, valueless territory, why did those become the tax havens? It's because we lost Jamaica, which was sort of the economic engine of the Caribbean. I mean, so for you, where does the conversation about empire start? Do you sort of go back and trace a direct lineage from the Hudson Bay Company and the East India Company, or are you looking more at the moment where status is lost?
Well, I mean, there is a transition. So going from the early 20th century, I could talk about this for hours. It's so interesting.
Go for it.
Going from the early 20th century, when Britain's period of relative decline begins, Manchester and Lancashire is no longer the manufacturing centre of the world. We start being outcompeted by industry in Germany and industry in the United States and industry in Japan and elsewhere. So there's a relative decline in British coal mining, in British, machine tool manufacturing, British shipbuilding, and so on. But the City of London retained its primacy, not just as the sort of facilitator for financial transactions for the British Empire, but also for quite a large informal empire, places like Argentina, quite a lot of South America, actually, places like China, which obviously, Hong Kong was British, but there was quite a lot of China, which was significantly dominated by British finance, but which wasn't formally British. So there was already, in a way, the shadow of the system that was to come, which was that after we ceded formal control of these territories, we retained control of the financial flows from them. And if you look at the nature of the government of, say, Nigeria under British rule, what was it there for? It was there to extract value from Nigeria and send it to Britain. And then if you look at the government of Nigeria after independence, it didn't take their politicians very long to realize how profitable it was to extract value from Nigeria and send it to Britain. So you ended up with a very similar pattern, and then, obviously, if you are the president of Nigeria, you need help doing that, right? You don't know how to set up shell companies yourself. You don't probably have time or the inclination. So we have people who'll do that for you. And so there's an entire services industry grows up around helping people loot the world. And then that, obviously, after 1991 and the end of communism, the opening up of Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, that accelerates because you've got whole new areas that were never under any kind of British control or domination, but who wanted those same services, or the rulers of them wanted those same services. So it becomes, we became by default the sort of financial centre for unregulated money. And that isn't all criminal, right? Some of that is, it isn't all evil. Some of that is tax evading money. So you have a sort of alliance between what you might call naughty money, which is, tax dodging money, corporations who like to park their money in Bermuda because they don't want to pay US tax. And you've got kleptocratic money, but it all follows the same channels. It's moved in the same ways. It's moved in the same kind of structures. So it's all the money is moving through London. It's not just, if it were just a dirty money problem, we could solve it easily because, it wouldn't have a very powerful protective lobby. But the fact is trying to dissect out the dirty money from the naughty money is really hard.
I mean, is there a meaningful distinction between legal and illegal forms of tax avoidance? Because this is something which I go over again and again, which is like, how easy is it to, look at a tax avoidance scheme and go, okay, this falls foul of the law or this doesn't?
So, the definition of tax avoidance is that it's legal. So the difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance is that tax avoidance is legal. Both of them are the same thing, which is attempting to pay less tax. It's just that some of them are the right side of a very narrow line and some of them aren't. And sometimes things which look legal are actually proven to be illegal, and vice versa. So, one thing that I find really interesting was that, as I was saying, we were talking about houses that are owned by offshore shell companies, whether they're in the British Virgin Islands or Jersey or wherever, in order to try and discourage that from happening, because if you own your property offshore, you don't have to pay stamp duty when you sell the property, because you just sell the company that owns the property. And so it's very cheap way of avoiding tax.
That's how Tony and Cherie Blair got their nice Mayfair office.
A lot of people have been doing this. It's a no-brainer if you can afford it. So they created a special tax that you have to pay if you own your property via, an enveloped dwellings tax, which is to try and discourage this behaviour. But that tax is so much lower than stamp duty that it's become basically a pass to get away with not paying stamp duty. But that it's a pass that's only available who can afford to you need to pay an entry fee to be eligible for that pass. And that's how all of this system works, that you or me, I'm assuming you as well.
I don't have millions or billions.
So we exist in a sort of, in Britain, we have a tax system, we pay our tax, you fill in your tax return, I should have done mine, but I need to do it. All of that, like ordinary people. If we were richer, we would have access to a totally different sphere of operations where you can just pick and choose what laws you follow, and you can pick and choose which bits of the tax system you want to follow. You can, if you own your property in your name, you can pay stamp duty if you want to, but look what's available if you don't. Look how much money you can save if you don't. And that's how it all works. You can say, well, you could own your money via a trust in South Dakota, and look at how little money tax you'd have to pay, or anyone would ever have to pay. There's no inheritance tax forever. It's an amazing opportunity for really rich people, and quite hard, I imagine, to resist, right? I mean, if I were really, really rich and someone were to come to me and say, look, you don't have to pay tax. You don't have to have any scrutiny over what you own. You can get away with all of this, and it's completely legal. You have to be a strong person to say, you know what, I'm not going to do that.
You'd look up from your, silver platter of cocaine and be like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I mean, going back to the sort of services which orbit this financial settlement that the UK is a part of. So thinking about like the super yacht captains and the, yacht interior designer, but also things like PR. The UK is home to, Portland Communications, who do PR for the Qatari government. You've got Bell Pottinger, who didn't meet a dictator that they didn't like and, want to represent. How did that spring up? Why is Britain such a home for the non-financial services bit of this conversation?
It's all part of a spectrum. I mean, it's a very entrepreneurial space. So, if a wealthy Qatari arrives in the UK, there will be certain services which would naturally have to exist for them to come here, so tax services and money management services. But when they get here, they're going to want to be spending money. So initially, you have places like Harrods, which, as I understand it, used to be a shop for, upper middle class British people, and it would sell, I don't know, boats and things like stuff which, upper middle class British people wanted so they could be in Swallows and Amazons. And it's become this sort of cathedral of bling because so many people came from places like Qatar with so much money to spend that you end up with this very entrepreneurial approach to, what else can we sell these people? And let's say a journalist writes about them, then they need a defamation lawyer, and then a defamation lawyer realizes that, oh, look what else we can offer. We can offer reputation management services and PR services, and we can do all of this as well. We can capture all that business. What's really interesting about, you mentioned the Cayman Islands, the British Virgin Islands, other remaining British colonies, we don't like to call them colonies, they're overseas territories. I had an argument with a guy at the Foreign Office about this precise point, but we've rebranded them, but they're still colonies, is that they have become big financial centres. Gibraltar is a huge centre of the online gambling industry, massive. Jersey, Guernsey, the Isle of Man, BVI, Cayman, to a lesser extent Anguilla, big centres of the wealth management, wealth movement, wealth hiding industry. That wasn't designed. There wasn't someone in Whitehall who said, we need to find a way for these places to make a living. Let's do that. It was that there was a demand from initially wealthy Americans to find a way of dodging tax. And they would ring around law firms in the Caribbean. What can you do for me?
One, two, three, ho!
what I need. All I need is a good time, so you're of no use to me. All you know is your time ain't worth a thing. You just wanna bring me down, but I wanna fly and sing. Yeah, I know you all too well. You talk shit and love the smell. Don't think that I can't tell. You're faking nothing else. You should know this well. Ain't trying to wish you ill. Hope this life treats you swell. Oh yeah, P.S. Go fuck yourself. Love the smell. Don't think that I can't tell. You're faking nothing else. You should know this well. Ain't trying to wish you ill. Hope this life treats you swell. Oh yeah, P.S. Go get the fuck Oh yeah, P.S. Go P.S. Go trying to wish you ill. Oh yeah, P.S. Go. Oh yeah, P.S. Go fuck yourself. Ain't trying to wish you ill.
Oh, a bop it? I didn't see. Hey, don't tell me what to do. Alright, fine, hand it over. Come on. Hey, this is cool.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Heard you were saying shit, I called a rave it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor, though, telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome, so the chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
Okay, now this.
You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Dobie. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you soapy. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm Obi. Feeling like home is the only. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands with forbidden the clothies. They wanna beef, but they eating the 4-3. I'm fucking with God and we know she. Pull up. 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 Flat hands and feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ay, ay. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Ay, I got the crop, I got the bag and I ain't even shop. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank with a see me, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday, wouldn't go no. Popping the CD, showing the photos. See me with Ruby, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dough. Talents I balance, I flip in a row. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. You got us a him, but she giving me more. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
better show some respect. Check your behavior. No one speaks to Zestial that way. Did you expect us to sit back and take your insolent praise and display?
You've got it twisted. I'm not the one who needs a new attitude. Maybe you missed it, but I'm that hashtag bitch, and I will do nothing less than what I please. Woo! I'm the backbone of the vase. Mad that I acted respectless. Well, it's 'cause no one could respect this. Story group attending. Since when are overlords too scared to fight? You're long past trending. Sorry, babe, but I ain't swiping right. You lost your relevance.
We can't act without more intelligence.
No wonder I'm so respectless. I could eat you lot for breakfast.
You wannabes are inane and uninformed. Smug wannabes who don't heed when you've been warned.
Oops, did I strike a nerve? 'Cause when I brought out the angel's head, couldn't help but observe that your wrinkled face was turning red. And why are you avoiding war? That's what the guns you sell are for. Thanks to my being respectless, one thing I'm starting to suspect is you know why this angel's headless. Do you have a disclosure?
This meeting's over.
They all laughed as they turned around slow. They said, you ain't welcome round here anymore. You just might as well go. He wiped the blood from his face as he slowly came to his knees. He said, I'll be back when you least expect it. And hell's coming with me. Hell's coming with me. There is a hill at the bottom of the valley where all the poor souls go when they die. And if you listen real close, you can hear them like a ghost saying you're never gonna make it out alive. There is a town at the bottom of that hill. They got a secret that they keep like a slave. They got a black magic preacher, and you do well to let them teach you. You'll be headed up that hill to the grave. And it is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor. And on your way down the hill, you hear me ring that bell. I paid the devil twice as much to keep your soul. There was a drifter passing through that little valley. He had promised he was coming back to town. They didn't know him by his face or by the gun around his waist, but he come back to burn that town to the ground. First there was fire, then there was smoke, then that preacher man was hanging by a rope. And then they all fell to their knees and begged that drifter, begged him please, as he raised his fist before he spoke. I am the righteous hand of God, and I am the devil that you forgot. And I told you one day you will see that I'll be back, I guarantee. And that hell's coming, hell's coming, hell's coming with me.
heard you're back in town and haven't changed a bit, man. You get off talking down to the little man. Time you get what you deserve. Wow, you're so fucking stupid. Been a while since my head was this polluted. Lucky I know my own worth. So you wanna fight me? Are you big enough? Kick the back of my knee. Are you serious? You keep on trying, boy. I like your blood on my teeth, just a little too much. So bite me, slap me around the face. Now I'm twisting your arm till I hear it break. I get stronger every day. Yeah. Little girl gone, got a gun from a gangster. Run, little girl, bang. Say that again, I didn't quite hear ya. Mess with the wrong bitch in the wrong era. I've been at work and I got my badge of honor. Honey, I've changed so much since I last saw ya. Hands on my head, help every day. You ding ding, hold my earrings for my debut. Cause I pack a punch packed into a corner. Come at me, don't tell me I didn't warn ya. Did you think I'd be easy? Snap me like bamboo, mold me into the sole of your jackboot. Wish I could bottle the taste, cause I drink up that look on your face. So you wanna fight me? Are you big enough? Kick the back of my knee. Are you serious? You keep on trying, boy. I like your blood on my teeth, just a little too much. So bite me, slap me around the face. Now I'm twisting your arm till I hear it break. I get stronger every day. Yeah. Little girl gone, got a gun from a gangster. Run, little girl, bang. Say that again, I didn't quite hear ya. Mess with the wrong bitch in the wrong era. I've been at work and I got my badge of honor. Honey, I've changed so much since I last saw ya. Hands in my head, every day. You ding ding, hold my earrings for my debut. Cause I pack a punch packed into a corner. Come at me, don't tell me I didn't warn ya. Little girl gone, got a gun from a gangster. Run, little girl, faster. Little girl gone, got a gun from a gangster. Honey, I've changed so much since I last saw ya. Hands in my head, help every day. You ding ding, hold my earrings for my debut. Cause I pack a punch packed into a corner. Come at me, don't tell me I didn't warn ya.
Girl, you are a walking masterpiece. Shame they keep you under lock and key. You're a diamond, I was born a thief. No one else does what you do to me. Cause I don't even know what to do around you. I feel a little dangerous around you. Heart starts beating right out of my chest, and I'm feeling my palms and it's starting to sweat. You're more than a thrill and I gotta have you. You're the Mona Lisa, baby. I'm thinking I can steal you, maybe. They say I can't be done with baby. Even if I just got one in a million, I'm gonna take my chances. I think I'm gonna steal it. You're my Mona Lisa. I think I'm gonna steal it. Even if I just got one in a million, I'm gonna take my chances. You'll be Bonnie, I'll be Clyde, baby. There's no doubt this is our destiny. Take my hand and run away with me. The perfect crime, cause we were meant to be. Cause I don't even know what to do around you. I feel a little dangerous around you. Heart starts beating right out of my chest, and I'm feeling my palms and it's starting to sweat. You're more than a thrill and I gotta have you. You're the Mona Lisa, baby. I'm thinking I and I'm feeling my palms and it's starting to sweat. You're more than a feeling, I gotta have you. I gotta have you. If I just got one in a million, I'm gonna take my chances. I'm gonna take my chances. I think I'm gonna stay. You're my Mona Lisa. I think I'm gonna stay. Even if I just got one in a million, I'm gonna take my chances.
Yeah, the people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting in one piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Eazy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You can pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the strings. You can ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rubble, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history. Been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students' intents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition, huh? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth. The people out here united, never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's get it.
The pagodas and the palaces, dressed in gold leaf, hide the damages. Spot the geisha as she balances. Life's a cakewalk full of challenges. Go to Russia, see the Red Square, Lenin's body lying dead there. From Kyoto, Hiroshima, watch the black cloud crawling nearer. There were riots in America just when things were getting better. All the things I've done and seen, still I don't know what life means. All the people living in the world today, we're united. idols to the stars. The missiles and the bombs sound like symphonies gone wrong. And if there is a God, they'll know why it's so hard to be human.
Do not deny me, Marina.
I was 24 years old when I met the woman I will call my own. 22 grandkids now growing old in the house that your brother bought you. On the summer day when I proposed, I made that wedding ring from dentist gold. And I asked her father, but her daddy said no. You can marry my daughter. She and I went on the run, don't care about religion. I'm gonna marry the woman I love, down by the Wexford border. She was Nancy Mulligan and I was William Sheeran. She took my name and then we were one, down by the Wexford border.
Well, I met guys in the Second World War when I was working on a soldier's board. Never had I seen such beauty before. The moment that I saw you, he said I was his yellow rose, and we got married wearing borrowed clothes. We got 8 children now growing old, 5 sons and 3 daughters.
She and I went on the run, don't care about religion. I'm gonna marry the woman I love, down by the Wexford border. She was Nancy Mulligan and I was William Sheeran. She took my name and then we were one, down by the Wexford border.
From a snow white streak and her jet black hair, over 60 years I've been loving her. Now I sat by the fire in her old armchairs. You know Nancy, I adore you.
From a farm boy born near Belfast town, I never worry about the king and crown, cause I found my heart up on the southern ground. There's no difference, I assure you. She and I went on the run, don't care about religion. I'm gonna marry the woman I love, down by the Wexford border. She was Nancy Mulligan and I was William Sheeran. She took my name and then we were one, down by the Wexford border. She took my name and then we were one, down by the Wexford border.
In all my years of living, it isn't very often that I get pissed off. I try to chill with the waves, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious, and yet you hurt the son of mine. That's right, the Cyclops you made blind is mine. No. I'm left without a choice and without a doubt. Yes, the back of wolves are swimming with the shark now. I gotta make you bleed. I need to see you drown. But before you go, I need to make you learn how ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ourselves. You are the worst kind of good, 'cause you're not even great. A Greek who reeks of false righteousness, that's what I hate. 'Cause you fight to save lives but won't kill and don't get the job done. I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my son. But no, you are far too nice. Mercy has a price. It's the final crack, we're about to break the ice now. You reveal your name, then you let him live. Unlike you, I got no mercy left to give. 'Cause ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ourselves. And now it is finally time to say goodbye. Today you die, unless of course you apologize for my son's pain and all his cries.
Poseidon, we meant no harm. We only hurt him to disarm him. We took no pleasure in his pain. We only wanted to escape.
The line between naivety and hopefulness is almost invisible. So close your heart, the world is dark and ruthlessness is die.
What have you done?
When does a ripple become a tidal wave?
43 left under your command.
When does a man become a monster?
In your darkest moments, the monster that always draws near. Any last words?
All I gotta do is open this bag.
What? Remember me.
Don't blame me, love made me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Lord save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. I've been breaking hearts a long time and toying with them older guys, just to play things for me to use. Something happened for the first time in the darkest little paradise, shaking, pacing. I just need you. For you, I would cross the line. I would waste my time. I would lose my mind. They say she's gone too far this time. I needs to stay. Don't make me love, make me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. Don't make me love, make me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Oh Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. I get so high, oh, every time you're loving me, you're loving me. Trip up my life, oh, every time you're touching me, you're touching me. Every time you're loving me. Oh Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. Using for the rest of my life. Oh. Don't make me love, make me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. Doing it right. Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. Oh. Don't make me love, make me crazy. If it doesn't, you ain't doing it right. You ain't doing it. Oh Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life. I get so high, oh, every time you're loving me, you're loving me. Oh Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life.
They're coming for us now. Somehow they found us out. No sudden moves, don't make a sound. They're out for blood this time around. We gotta burn it all down. Today's the day, revolution's on its way. Our time is now. Hold the line, this is how we'll be defined. Just stand your ground. Give and take only works when both sides really give and take. The revolution's on its way. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. They tried to hold us down, but they can't control us now. Today's the day, revolution's on its way. Our time is now. Hold the line, this is how we'll be defined. Just stand your ground. Give and take only works when both sides really give and take. The revolution's on its way. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Break us down more. They want it all. They're gonna try to take us all. They wanna see us fall. Get ready for the is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. For the war. They're coming down and they're right outside.
been picturing you naked. I'm a little faded. You look like a fucking painting. Big doe eyes, amazing. She's everything I've been praying. My heart palpitations. She looks like the type to break it. Me and your girlfriend playing dress up in my house. I gave your girlfriend cunnilingus on my couch. She cute, kawaii, hentai boobies that excite me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I? Slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body.
It's getting hot in here. I'm the Nelly in the party with some rocks for ears. I'm a slave for you, baby, Miss Britney Spears. I'm a Clover, she a Taurus, bring it on for cheers. And I'm sexy like Christina when I dip below. Not an H-Town girl, but I rodeo. Yippee yippee Kaye, welcome to the show. It's an all-girl party, clothing optional.
Me and your girlfriend playing dress up in my house. I gave your girlfriend cunnilingus on my couch. She cute, kawaii, hentai boobies that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I? Slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body. My girl look like Wednesday Addams. Eyes go black when she orgasms. Hide your back, she likes to stab them. My butt cheek, she likes to grab. Matching pajama birthday suits. Her spit tastes just like juicy fruit. She do that thing she usually do. Spell my name with her tongue like Me and your girlfriend playing dress up in my house. I gave your girlfriend cunnilingus on my couch. She cute, kawaii, hentai boobies that excites me. I think she really likes me. As politely can I? Slumber body, slumber body, slumber body, slumber body. I'm shy. I'm so shy. Riots on the TV, freeway dirt bike popping wheelies. They wanna keep it PG, all their daughters wanna be me. I'm Georgia Peachy, believe me. Head out the window, it's breezy. They up my ass like bikinis. I'm not nice, I'm a mean. Ooh, sorry, mom and dad. I did something bad. Please don't get attached. There's no coming back. Break a heart like an eggshell. Cardiac arrest or heart attack. Throw a tantrum, baby, doll me up cause I'm a brat. I'm a handful, demi devil pyromaniac. Bitch, I am one. Throw a tantrum. Bitch, I am one. Throw a tantrum. Beauty pageant, make it tragic. Blood dripping on my nose. That the jacket's bad habits and we're revving to the fall. Dark magic cheer, Captain Cheer, my team like go team go. TEAMPSYCHO. Team Psycho. Ooh, sorry, mom and dad. I did something bad. Please don't get attached. There's no coming back. Break a heart like an eggshell. Cardiac arrest or heart attack. Throw a tantrum, baby, doll me up cause I'm a brat. I'm a handful, demi devil pyromaniac. Bitch, I am one. Throw a tantrum. Bitch, I am one. Throw a tantrum.
souls quietly behind the doors are bleeding us just for fun. Men of power telling lies with shifty hands and thirsty eyes, and they can smell your fear like blood. Oh, my weary soul, we met your kind before. Set fire to a soul, and oh, sweet providence, come save us from ourselves, from hell and consequence. Feed the rich and kill the poor, turn out the lights and just ignore what's going on outside. The beating hearts of the depraved, we've turned the people into slaves, and we've given up before we've even tried. And oh, my weary soul, we met your kind before. Set fire to a soul, and oh, sweet providence, come save us from ourselves, from hell and consequence. And oh, my weary soul, we met your kind before. Set fire to a soul, and oh, sweet providence, come save us from ourselves, from hell and consequence. And oh, my weary soul, oh, my weary soul, and oh, sweet providence, come save us from ourselves, from hell and consequence. If you could see inside my head, you would know the feeling of regret. If you could be me for one day, you would probably try to run away. If you could live inside my head, you see I'm barely hanging on by a thread. If you could find your way inside, you'd have to find a way to stay alive. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. If you could feel the way I do when anxiety is coming for you, then you would know just what it's like to be in between death and life. See, there's a place inside my mind where I go to be alone sometimes, and there's a voice inside my head that tells me I'd be better off dead. You'd be better off dead. Welcome to the show. 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 I should take a couple steps back and give myself a minute. Think about what the voices said and what they really did. And there's a reason that they hate me. A reason that they need me, there's a reason to enslave me, and a reason to defeat me. All the things about the past, and now they throw it in my face, and now they constantly remind me I am nothing but a waste of time, a waste of talent, a chemical imbalance. They're the reason that the show goes on. Well, Temperature hasn't always been this glam. I was a drab little crab once, and now I know I can be happy as a clown. Because I'm beautiful, baby. And did your granny say listen to your heart, be who you are on the inside? I need to voice it till her argument apart. Your granny lied. I'd rather be shiny like a treasure from a sunken private park. Scrap the deck and make it look shiny. Sparkle like a wealthy woman's neck. Just a check, don't you know? Fishing dumb, dumb, dumb bitches, anything that glitters. Beginners, and here they come to the brightest thing that glitters. Fish dinner, slow free food. You look like seafood. Little Maui's having trouble with his look. You let us mean to me regard. What a terrible performance, get the hook. You don't swing it like you used to, man. Though I have to give you credit for my start. Your tattoos on the outside. For just like you, I made myself a work of art. I'll never hide, I can't, I'm too shiny. Watch me dazzle like a diamond in the rough. Struck myself is so shiny. Send your armies, but they'll never be enough. My shit's too tough, no man. You can try, but you can't expect a demigod to beat a thing apart. Fuck it up. You die, now it's time for me to take apart your aching heart. Or from the ones who abandoned you, chasing the love
flying clutch, and you haven't got a clue. Somehow I'll make a man out of you. I'm never gonna catch my breath. Say goodbye to those who knew me. Boy, was I a fool in school for cutting Jim. This guy's gone, I'm scared to death.
Oh, he doesn't see right through me.
No one really wish that I knew how to swim. We must be swift as a coursing river, with all the force of a great typhoon, with all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side.
You're not denying me, Dan. Fuck off.
Time is racing toward us, to the hunts arrive. Heed my every order, and you might survive. You're a suit of war, the rage of war. So back up, go home, you're through. How could I make a man out of you? We must be swift as a coursing river, with all the force of a great typhoon, with all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon. We must be swift as a coursing river, with all the force of a great typhoon, with all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon.
Oh my god, I fucking love this one. Damn it.
On a cold winter morning, in the time before the light, in flames of damp eternal rain, we ride towards the fight. When the darkness is falling down, in the times of tough or right.
It's a bright new start. Oh, come be the first on your block to meet his eye. Make way, here he comes. Ring the bells, bang the drums. I gotta love this guy. Prince Ali, fabulous here, Barbara. Genuflect, show some respect. Down on one knee. Now try your best to stay calm. Brush off your Sunday salon. Then come and meet his spectacular coterie. Prince Ali, mighty is he, Ali Ababa. Strongest and regular men, definitely. He faced the galloping hordes, 100 bad guys with swords. Who sent those goons to their lords? My Prince Ali. He's got 75 golden camels, purple peacocks. He's got 53. When it comes to exotic type mammals, yes, he got a zoo, I'm telling you, it's a world-class menagerie. Prince Ali, handsome is here, Baba. The physique, how can I speak? We get the
keys. And to view them he charges no fee. He's got slaves, he's got servants and flunkies, proud to work for him, bound to his whim, love serving him. They're just lousy with loyalty. So Ali, Prince Ali, Prince Ali, ever is he Alibaba. Her princess was a sight lovely to see, and that good people is why he got dolled up and drugged by with 60 elephants, llamas galore, with bears and lions, a brass band and more, with 40 fakers, his cooks and bakers, and birds that wore one king. As a new beginning, rise, as a new beginning, rise and reign. Far from the fjords and the ice-cold currents, brave and soar of a new frontiers, songs and sagas of a fate determined, shields and spears, vows of favor of the thrill of plunder, pulled together for the clan and
Oh, a bop it? I didn't see. Hey, don't tell me what to do. All right, fine, hand it over. Come on. Hey, this is cool. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Heard you were saying shit, I caught a ray of it. You shouldn't play with it. You blew my mind, it's a joke, so that's all fine, ain't a joke, no. Pray to the God from the bottle, Rolex right, all the ops on my bottle. Burn CDs to the top of my Tahoe, falling down when I speed on a pothole. Napster and I down the whole load. All these magazines on the floor, though, telling me that's a no-no. Make God grab the chrome, so her chopper the best. She made the cut, so I hope that I'm blessed. You got the shit, but she copping for less. Got it for free, denying you best. Pull up. 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 Okay, now listen. You don't wanna phone me, slipping it up, you surrounded like Dobie. Act like a lizard, you lowly. You taste like a lizard, you Sobe. Meditate days, I'm lonely. I mean, I'm Obi. Feeling like home is the only. Came off the bench like Ginobili. Time had been rolling, no rolling. Possession ain't nothing, they told me. I spoke with the master on 03. They told me that I better associate. On my path nobly, I got the hands with forbidden to throw these. Pull up, flat stands and feeling forceful. Authored more so, tear your torso. Ay, ay. Fuck the Morse code that I forego. I'm resourceful. Ay, I got the crop, I got the bag and I ain't even shop. Gave me the Sadies, I ain't even cop. All that they gave me, I guess, is a payday. Bank with a CD, calling the Mayday. Ain't validate, Mayday, wouldn't go long. Popping the CD, showing the photos. See me with rubies, saved like a Toto. I'm good for the dough. Talents I balance, I flip in a row. Water the wrist like I'm flipping on boats. You got us a him, but she giving me more. Pull up. 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 Pull up.
You could find to the show. When anxiety is coming for you, then you would know just what it's like to be in between death and life. See, there's a place inside my mind where I go to be
God damn it.
alone sometimes, and there's a voice inside my head that tells me I'd be better off dead.
You'd be better off dead. Welcome to the show.
You would probably try to run away. If you could live inside my head, you see I'm barely hanging on by a thread. If you could find your way inside, you'd have to find a way to stay alive. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. If you could feel the way I do when anxiety is coming for you, then you would know just what it's like to be in between death and life. See, I should take a couple steps back and give myself a minute. Think about what the voices said and what they really did. And there's a reason that they hate me right in my face, and now they constantly remind me I am nothing but a waste of time, a waste of talent, a chemical imbalance. They're the reason that the show goes on. Welcome to the show.
Taking back what's ours. Earth is like a white rose, quiet cloud of petals cold. A place so corrupt where angel flesh and blood is sold. The feminine is born as new. Started with a diamond dew. Saw the dawn was coming. Everybody knew. Need to push the poison from my system until human beings listen. Tell me who do you think you are? It's your own decision. But your home is now your prison. You forgot that without me you won't go far. Need to push the poison from my system until human beings listen. Tell me who do you think you are? It's your own decision. But your home is now your prison. You forgot that without me fucking eulogy. Hands on your neck, your favorite jewelry. Don't need all your insecurities. Before you ruin me, the new me is great. Yeah, I'm doing all the shit you like. Hey, now you're double tapping on my face. Like, I know you're always stalking me, watching me, flying the wall, you're haunting me. And then I see you at the show. Tell everybody how you love me. You miss the old me. You think it's crazy how much I changed. You say my dead name out loud. I'm not fucking Emily, Jade, Emma, Rosa, Kate, Penelope, Brie. I'm a legend, I'm your majesty. The girl you knew is dead to me. Emily, Jade, Emma, Rosa, Kate, Penelope, Brie. I'm not fucking Emily, Jade, Emma, Rosa, Kate, Penelope, Brie. The girl you knew is dead to me.
Is back. Yeah, I'm falling out of apathy. Try to be cool. It's history you're witnessing. And just in case somebody wants to see the boy I used to be, I killed him with my own two hands. Tore him out of me. Dropped the pretense and kept the body he left behind. I'll take this form and make it mine. Then I see you and I know you treat me like I'm still the old me. Feels so crazy. I wish that you'd see how much I've changed. You say my dead name out loud. I'm not fucking Anthony, James, Danny, Ryan, Jake, or Henry, Dave. I'm a legend, I'm your majesty. The boy you knew is Anthony, James, Danny, Ryan, Jake, or Henry, Dave. I'm not fucking Anthony, James, Danny, Ryan, Jake, or Henry, Dave. The boy you knew is dead to me. Emily, James, Emma, Rosa, Kate, or Henry, Brie. The girl you knew is dead to me.
Nice to meet you, where you been? I could show you incredible things. Magic, madness, heaven, sin. Saw you there and I thought, oh my god, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Love's a game, wanna play. New money, suit and tie. I can read you like a magazine. Ain't it funny? Rumors fly, and I know you heard about me. So hey, let's be friends. I'm dying to see how this one ends. Grab your passport and my hand. I can make the bad guys good for a weekend. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players, and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Cherry lips, crystal skies. I could show you incredible things. Stolen kisses, pretty lies. You're the king, baby, I'm your queen. Find out what you want. Be that girl for a month. Wait, the worst is yet to come. Oh no. Screaming, crying, perfect storms. I can make all the tables turn. Rose garden filled with thorns. Keep you second guessing like, oh my god, who is she? I get drunk on jealousy, but you'll come back each time you leave. 'Cause darling, get dressed like a daydream. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players, and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I've got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name. Boys only want love if it's torture. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Boys only want love if it's torture. Don't say I didn't warn ya. So it's gonna be forever, or it's gonna go down in flames. You can tell me when it's over, if the high was worth the pain. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I love the players, and you love the game. 'Cause we're young and we're reckless, we'll take this way too far. It'll leave you breathless, or with a nasty scar. Got a long list of ex-lovers, they'll tell you I'm insane. But I've got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name.
We know you could've stayed home, just cried and cussed me, or your guns go off if it's time to bust me, or they tanks have time to rust. They got the armies turning bullets into gold, they got the hookers turning tricks into cold, and every time the police kicks in the dough, an angel gas breaks dips in the O. And even if a D-boy flips in my O, it ain't enough to buy shit anymore. Sleep in the doorway, piss on the floor. Look in the sky, wait for missiles to show. It's finna blow, cause they got the TV, we got the truth. They own the judges and we got the proof. We got hella people, they got helicopters. They got the bombs and we got the
guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run. We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run. We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run. We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run. Talk about it, I show. Be about it, I know. Talk about it, I show. Be about it, I know.
I just spit the dope lines, I don't snort them. Tell the boss to call police to escort them. You don't write out them lies, you just quote them. Get offline, plug into this modem. No, you can't outvote them, the rules are still golden. On the jewels we holdin', if we guardin' our scrotum. If you press the ear to the turf that is stolen, you can hear the sound of limitations exploding. Please sir, may we have another portion with children of the beast that dodge the abortion. Neck placed firm between the floor and the portion. When shut your shit down, don't call it extortion. Caution, we're coming for your head, so call the feds and get files to shred. Every textbook read said bring you the bread, but guess what, we got you instead.
We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run. We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run. We got the guillotine. We got the guillotine, you better run. We got the guillotine.
They're all around me, circling like vultures. They wanna break me and wash away my colors. Wash away my colors. Take me high and I'll sing. Oh, you make everything okay, 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 okay. We are one and the same. Oh, you take all of the pain away, 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 away.
Years ago, when I was younger, I kinda liked a girl I knew. She was mine and we were sweethearts. That was then, but then it's true. I'm in love with a fairy tale, even though it hurts. I don't care if I lose my mind, I'm already cursed. Every day we started fighting. Every night we fell in love. No one else could make me sadder, but no one else could lift me high above. I don't know what I was doing when suddenly we fell apart. Nowadays I cannot find her, but when I do, we'll get a brand new start. I'm in love with a fairy tale, even though it hurts. I don't care if I lose my mind, I'm already cursed. She's a fairy tale, even though it hurts. I don't care if I lose my mind, I'm already cursed.
Thank you, Shanna. I love you so much. Thank you for being here.